All right. All right, calling this combined meeting of November 13th to order at 6:06 PM. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Brescher.
Here.
Councilmember Coyle.
Here.
Councilmember Harris.
Here.
Councilmember Patel.
Here.
Councilmember Patil. Councilmember Pointer.
Present.
Councilmember Shmuel.
Here. Thank you for my charger.
Okay, adequate notice, please.
Adequate notice of this meeting as required by the Open Public Meeting Act of 1975 has been provided by the annual notice sent to the Home News Tribune, Star Ledger, Sentinel, Dizzy Talk on December 12th, 2023, and posted May Lobby Municipal Complex on that same date.
Thank you. As for the president's remarks, we have plenty of ordinances on our business for today. That might be controversial, but I'm hoping to have a good debate and a discussion on it. Moving on to review of minutes. Oh, sorry. Yeah. When we go into the.
Okay.
Yep. Moving on to review of minutes. Any questions or comments? Okay. Moving on to number 6. I'll just use this, sorry. Unfinished business. Ordinance for further consideration, public hearing, and final adoption. Madam Clerk, please read ordinance 2237.
Ordinance of the Township of Edison authorizing acceptance and execution of a site triangle easement agreement and sidewalks right-of-way easement agreement known as Block 497.01, Lot 1.01, on Township's official tax map. Kilmer Development.
Any questions or comments?
Yes, Council President?
Yes.
I just need an idea. I tried to find it from the backup documents, and maybe I missed it, but what exactly is a site triangle?
I will have legal explain it.
Okay.
Sure. A site triangle easement is essentially a. Do you know the complaints that we've had from people that have come in saying we can't see at the intersection? The site triangle officially codifies that area of someone's property where they can't install something to block line of sight for oncoming traffic. So it would be the official way and legal way of recording that they can't have anything in that portion of their yard higher than 3 feet or 36 inches in order to preserve those sight lines.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council members? All right, seeing none, moving on to new business. Proposed ordinance for public hearing set down for Monday, November 25th, 2024. Madam Clerk, please read ordinance 2233.
Ordinance amends Section 2.2-13 entitled Addressing the Council of the Township Code by providing for a 4-minute time for the public to speak and providing for no rebuttal time.
Thank you. Any questions or comments?
Yes, Council President?
Yes, Council Vice President.
As I am not going to be here for the November 25th meeting when, assuming that this is introduced, and on the 25th it would be voted on for final adoption, I really would like to be able to speak on this. I would like to be able to have a full voice, but I will not be here for the 25th meeting, and I wanted to make a motion to table final approval until the following meeting on December 11th.
Okay. I do hope that we can pass this, as this has been and discussed earlier and then brought to the committee and then brought back here. I believe it is time that we move forward and make a decision, but you are welcome to call a motion.
Council President, I couldn't help the time. I have no control over the timing of this and when this was going to be put on the agenda. And as a courtesy to me, I would really appreciate having that extra time to be able to be here to discuss this.
Okay. So you're calling a motion to table?
Yes.
Council President, sorry, just so that we're clear, that would have to be done during the regular session.
Okay,
The
all right.
actual motion, but also the ordinance was already introduced and it was already tabled. So really what you would be doing at this point is making a motion to take from the table and set the schedule for it. So you could do it one of two ways. You could take it from the table and set the schedule for the 25th, or you could, and then have the motion to, I guess, adjourn it to the additional date. But what would probably be simpler is if the council wishes to actually respect the council vice president's request, is when you make the motion to take from the table would be to set the date for the requested date. So you could do it the other way.
Okay. I think we'll have to rediscuss this in a little bit. Yep. Okay, moving on. Any other questions or comments?
Council President, just because in our current code, it says that a subcommittee report would be made. I do have one drafted. I don't know if now is the appropriate time, or if you want to wait until the committee reports, which would be after, though, the introduction. So
I would say do it now, as this is the more pertinent time.
if that's okay with my colleagues.
Yeah.
On September 25th, council formed a subcommittee to review current council procedures and advise on any adjustments that may be found to be suitable for consideration for the governing body. The committee formed consisted of myself, Councilman Shmuel, and Council Vice President Margo Harris. The focus of any adjustment proposals would be to create the guidelines for efficient and professional run meetings while simultaneously improving the exchange of ideas and alertness to concerns in the township. The subcommittee held 2 meetings, the first on Wednesday, October 9th. At that meeting, a list was reviewed of suggestions for consideration. These suggestions were placed into one of 3 groups. Items where there were no one or only one was in favor were set aside. Items where there was unanimous consent were agreed to be included. And items where 2 were in agreement but 1 was not in favor were set aside for future discussion and/or to have as a separate ordinance. The items which had at minimum 2 support that are on the agenda for introduction in ordinance form. I will briefly go over items that were not placed on the ordinances and the reasons being. First was considering starting work sessions at 6:30 or 7 compared to the 6 o'clock timeframe. We did not proceed with this, as right now council has the authority to do so by resolution if it deems fit. Second was modifying voting format from alphabetical roll call to another, whether you call that a blind vote or otherwise. The reason this was not moved forward was because of logistic reasons. How do we actually implement that type of policy in terms of the voting procedure? Item agendas submitted for Tuesday. While there is interest, just speaking frankly, the administration had concerns in regards to logistics of achieving, and additionally, I'm not sure enforcement mechanisms on that. And finally, there was a discussion about setting guidelines for discussion items amongst the council members, whether we could do a first round of all council members speaking for 15 minutes and then allowing council members to finish any discussion items that they were not able to address in that first round. That was not moved forward on. The item of main discussion pertained to the 4-minute speaking time, as that was the initial item for consideration. To further analyze and put together information for the subcommittee's review, which included a list of neighboring and local municipalities comparing speaking times and rebuttal allowance, minutes in review of the 2008 and 2010 adjustment that were made for council procedures, and analysis of several meetings analyzing speaking lengths, discussion items brought forth, and the council's interactions. It was agreed one additional meeting would be held on October 23rd to allow time to review information and get responses to questions that were raised in discussion. On Wednesday, October 23rd, the subcommittee reconvened and followed up on open items. It was agreed to separate out ordinances and to proceed with placing proposed adjustments on the agenda for the council's consideration, which you see before you tonight. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Pointer. Any other council members?
Council President, just have a question. Is there any place in the agenda that Councilwoman Harris could make some comments so we could possibly not table and move forward with this vote on the ordinance?
She can make comments now. I believe she can make comments on, are you going to be here on the 25th, correct?
Not gonna be
No, but the 25th is the public comment. We'll have a secondary vote, correct? Or would that be the final vote?
That would be the final vote.
Final vote. So today will be the time that you can make comments on it. Yeah.
Unfortunately, that, I want to be part of the full discussion. I want to be able to hear the back and forth. I want to be able to hear what the public has to say. And so for me, no, that would not be sufficient. I'm going to do whatever I can to try to get the votes to vote this down.
Okay. Anybody else that would like to speak to? Councilman Brush?
Yes, I believe the public knows where I stand on these type of issues. I've been steadfast. I've been an advocate for the public. It's not being an advocate for myself. It's never been about self. It's always been about the public. These type of rules and laws were put in office because, in my mind, people were elected. They knew the time that was considered. And now, unfortunately, they'd like to change that. What I will promise the public is that I am going to work diligently, whether it is myself running for mayor and finding 3 new council people that will support restoring the public's time. That is definitely one of the issues. The public will have to wait until June, until the primary. It would only be 6 months. So we have at least we have some saving grace moving forward. The mayor and his council has the votes, so it doesn't really matter what the public has to say. We've watched this over and over. But I remain steadfast into changing this and bringing back the public rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Brasher. Anybody else? All right, moving on to Ordinance 2238. Any questions or comments? Madam Clerk, please read Ordinance 2238.
An ordinance amending Chapter 6 alcohol beverage control by amending Section 6-4.1, hours of sale, and Section 6-4.2, New Year's Day.
Any questions or comments?
Councilor President?
Councilman Patel?
I saw the email exchange, Councilman Pointer, thank you for responding to one of the residents who, this was linked with Costco, by the way, but my question here is, does this apply to pretty much across the board, all the retail, the wholesale, everything, this ordinance, as far as the timing goes?
So your question is whether or not this applies to
Everyone.
wholesalers? I don't think this applied to wholesalers before, because it's a retail license.
Yeah, I believe wholesalers are controlled by the state statute. This is the retail licenses.
Okay, but anything about the wholesale doesn't cover, right?
No, we can't control,
This would only be for distribution and consumption, correct?
yeah.
Correct, but the distribution could be warehouse.
Or it does apply.
Yeah, okay, just the stores.
Not a warehouse,
Got it. Thank you.
yeah. Okay, any other questions or comments? Okay, as for me, I think this will make it easier for the residents, as many of the residents have been complaining that when they go to Costco Sunday to do their weekly shopping, they can't get their wines till 12. So I'm hoping that we can pass this and make it easier for the residents to do all their shopping at one go. Moving on to Ordinance 2239. Madam Clerk, please read.
This ordinance, Section 2-2, entitled Township Council of Charter, Chapter 2, entitled Administration, in order to establish firm rules of decorum for conduct township council meetings.
All right, any questions or comments from the council?
Council President?
Councilman Patel?
Yesterday, I was at the JCC attending the Veterans Appreciation event, and we were handed out with the prayer for our country, the pledge for veterans, and I would like to read a couple of sentences from that prayer. It says, "May our judges, elected leaders, and all who hold public office exercise their responsibility with wisdom, fairness, and justice for all. Fill them with love and kindness, and bless them with that they may walk with integrity on the path of peace and righteousness." And this kind of strike, the reason I wanted to read is specifically this ordinance is more about the conduct. If this council conducts the way they are supposed to be, I'm pretty sure the residents will conduct themselves. We need to show that integrity, that honesty, that behavior on this dais. Respect people. Again, we are living in 21st century, and I don't know, again, I always say one thing, don't fix the things that are not broken. And right now, the system that worked for decades, we are trying to wrap it, we are trying to kill the voice, we are saying, hey, you can't do this, you can't do that, I can do anything that I want. And that's not fair. So, Council President, I will definitely not be supporting this ordinance. I think we should leave this thing that they stand, we should improve our process, our protocol, and give that confidence to the people of the town that we are there for them. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilman Pato. Anybody?
Yes,
Council Vice
I
President?
will speak on this. I should have spoken on the other one as well. But looking at all of the pieces of this particular ordinance, to me, is just tying us up in knots. It's tying us up in knots, it's tying the public up in knots, and what it's doing, as far as I can tell, is setting up the speakers who would be in question to become plaintiffs and bringing lawsuits that it would cost the town an awful lot of money. And I think we can just rely on Robert's rules, and at the end of the day, it's the council president's discretion as to what's allowed and what is not allowed. I think we've been to this rodeo before, and I think we are making something that is fairly easy into something that's really bollocksed up and much more complicated, and that can turn quite litigious. So I join Councilman Patil in saying that I would not be supporting this either. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Council Vice President. Any other council members? Councilman Brescher?
Yes, question to the attorney. The council, us individually, we were elected, and when we were elected, we agreed to certain things, and this here is changing that. So if I was elected under a certain condition, and then the body decides to try and take my rights away that I was elected by, do you defend me and my rights here? Oh, okay, I'll make a silly comment because I guess whoever drafted this didn't realize it. There's something in here that says no masks, correct?
Yes.
Okay. If I decided I wanted to wear a mask, that's in violation of this ordinance.
Yes.
When I was elected, I never agreed to any of that.
Okay.
Therefore, I would want the attorney on this dais to defend me in court against this body on my rights that now you're trying to take away by an ordinance. Well, I was elected, and those rights were given to me at that point. So, just because the body might decide it, you can't decide on the rights that the state has given me. And I would want that defended.
So let me start by just addressing that the premise of your question is flawed, Councilman Brescher. The rules of this body, the ones that you agree to when you are elected to that position, are the same as any other rules and regulations of membership. And if the body determines that those rules or regulations need to change or adjust or adapt for the time or the fact that the old rules aren't working the way that they should, that is something that you as a member of this body would be subject to.
Okay, but
that is how rules work, okay? But
I'm saying that's your
the secondary part of
interpretation.
that is that I would not, or really any attorney representing the township wouldn't be able to represent you against the township. I don't represent any individual member of this body. The director of law, Mr. Ranone, is the township attorney. He represents the township and the interests of the township.
Right, but I'm saying he can assign an attorney to represent my rights that are being taken away.
You would have to find conflict counsel, yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. Would he assign counsel for me? Because when you say these laws at this body here has made laws, maybe not the people sitting on the dais today, that this administration doesn't follow. I mean, we have cars are listed as an ordinance. Yet we have cars going home, driving all over the state of New Jersey in this state, and we're paying for the gas, the tolls, and everything. That's a law here that we created, yet it's not enforced. So here you're making this like our laws are real laws, and I'm saying I'm listening to what the laws the state gave me, not to the laws that the renowned law firm decided to make up because they believe in some kind of, silencing the public or silencing. And let me ask you a question. I sent an email and I asked for an answer on this. If a councilman were to wear a mask and chain himself to the dais, and then he's arrested, how long does he have to spend in jail?
I'm sorry, what would he be arrested for?
Going against this ordinance,
So,
wearing a mask, whatever it might be.
so it's not a criminal offense, you understand that, right?
Well, if I was arrested, right?
Well, you wouldn't be arrested for wearing a mask, though. It's not a criminal offense. If you read the entirety of the ordinance, if you're so disruptive as to impede the proceedings of the council president has the right to adjourn the meeting and continue the business of the council at another meeting.
Oh, okay, so you can stop the meeting. Okay.
If that is your choice to disrupt the business of the council to the point where the council can't actually conduct the business that you're elected to do, that would be within the ordinance anyway, which again, you wouldn't be arrested for. Would be that would be the.
Well, but he's being comical now because I'll tell you why. He's throwing assertions out there that I would be disrupting the meeting. All I said, wait, sir. All I said to you was if I wear a mask is not disruptive.
Except that's not what you said.
No, I said if I wear a mask and chain myself to the dais, right? None of that is disruptive. But yet you threw in those assumptions.
I think we're getting up on top.
No. We need to clarify the legal portion here.
Please let's, because you didn't say if I wore a mask. You said if I wore a mask and chained myself to the dais and got myself arrested or was arrested, how much time would I spend? That's the question that you asked, Councilman Brescher.
I don't get
which is a silly
myself-
question to ask, but that's the question that you asked.
The
It's
arresting
not a
part
criminal
is-
statute. It is an ordinance regarding the rules of conduct at the council meeting. And if you choose to disrupt the meeting to the point where business cannot continue, then the council president has the right to adjourn the meeting or call for the meeting to be adjourned and the business of council to continue at a meeting where the council members wish to actually conduct the business that they are elected to conduct.
Okay, so let's get this straight. So if I sit here with the mask, I'm going to make it simpler for you, Counselor. If I sit here with the mask and I chain myself to the desk and I don't say anything except when Council President calls on me, there'd be no call to have me arrested or removed, right, as per this. And therefore, there would be no jail time or anything because it's not criminal, because I'm not being disruptive. Would that be correct?
So two things. One, that would be at the discretion of the council president as to whether or not your conduct is being disruptive to the meeting, whether it's designed to be disruptive to the meeting. And two, well, I won't really address that. So
We don't need to
but that would
stutter.
be the.
Thank
that
you,
would be
Counselor.
the-
That's enough on that.
Yeah.
All right, so here's where I'm going to go with this. My other colleagues have spoken. I feel the same way. There's no way that I'm going to go and take this away from the public. Again, as I said before, I hope to be running for mayor. I'll find 3 council candidates which will promise to repeal everything here. Okay, so that's what I see. The people we have here are looking to limit your rights, the rights that were given to you by the veterans that served. You have veterans that probably will not agree with some of the things that go on, right? But they fought for those rights. And I'm not going to negate that and say that what the veterans did and the rights the veterans stood for, that we're going to take those away. So, to be honest with you, the council, everybody up here was elected under these same things because they don't like it, because they want to go home to their families or whatever it is. They want to change the rules. Very simply put, this is work for this township for I don't know how many years, like my council colleague, Councilman Patil said. But yet we have new young council people that believe that they can scramble an egg better. So I will not be supporting this, and I will not be supporting anybody that votes for this. Thank you, Council President.
Brusher. Any other council member? Again,
Let everybody cover.
go ahead. If it's, I want to, we have.
Only in a couple of questions to attorney. Is this by any way contradicts or conflicts the First Amendment, Second Amendment given to the resident by the Constitution of America?
No.
No, okay, thank you.
No, sorry. If you'd like a bit more of an explanation than that, Councilmember, I didn't mean to be flippant there, but the memo that I provided to the council previously, these restrictions have nothing to do with the content of what people say. They are free to come in here, criticize this body, criticize the township, criticize the mayor, speak on whatever topics they wish to speak on. It is just the manner that they do so that the council or that the ordinance is proposing, codifying. I know that there have been people at that podium who have complained, well, it's not clear what I am or am not allowed to do. This lets them know exactly what we expect of members of the public who want to come in, who want to express themselves in any way that they see fit. And they're free to come in and speak on whatever topic they want.
Thank you.
All right, any other council members?
Council President?
Councilman Pointer?
For myself, in regards to the decorum rules, it's nice just to have guidelines that we were supposed to abide. I wish council members up here would abide by the same things. Item G, number 9 says, do not take advantage of services or opportunities for personal gain because of their position. The pontification that Councilman Brusher just did for him running for mayor, to me, he's using this dais for personal gain in that aspect. So let's just be fair with it.
Yes.
Council President, I'm allowed a rebuttal.
Councilman Brusher. you
Okay.
are-
This is not a campaign. This is about cleaning out the trash here in Edison.
Okay, I'm going to just quickly put my points into this. This is about clarifying rules to make it easier for the residents to conduct themselves, to conduct ourselves, to run a good meeting, to have a good dialogue, to have a good communication, to get the things done that the residents need to get done. This is about nothing else than that. You can make it out to be more than that or less than that, but this is the goal. The goal is to clarify the rules so that we can have a good dialogues to get the problem solved, and we can actually have good discussion and good communication from the residents to the council and from the council to the residents as to what is going on and what issues we need to address and what should be our focus. By clarifying these rules, we don't have to keep rehashing the same rules over and over again at every meeting. I am hoping this will make it easier for all of us to conduct ourselves, the residents to conduct themselves, for all of us to have a better dialogue. That's what this is about to me. And I hope the council supports me. And if they do not, the next president will have their own rules and guidance that they'll have to go through, and that is fine as well. Moving on, Ordinance 2240.
An ordinance amending Chapter 2, Article 1, Mayor and Council by amending Section 2-2.7, work session meetings, order of business, amending Section 2-2.17, amending the rules of council and creating a new Section 2-18, combined meeting, order of business.
All right, any questions or comments? All right, seeing none. Moving on to number 8, administrative agenda. Any from Mayor Sam Joshi, appointment of Human Relation Commission, Dr. Chang Hui Shen. Any questions or comments? Councilman Brusher.
Yes, the Human Relations Commission, their purpose is, the purpose of the commission. I mean, I understand that they're a commission, but what is their purpose?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you, Councilman Brusher.
What is the purpose of the Human Relations Commission?
Who will be able to answer that for me? Sonia?
As far as my understanding, it promotes and looks into any inclusivity, equity with our township, especially being so diverse as we are.
So we have issues with that in the town? It's a question.
I think it's just being proactive to make sure that we're inclusive.
So we're being inclusive. Inclusive in what way and where?
Thank you very much.
I mean,
Again,
I grew up here, right? And I never had a problem with inclusiveness or anything like that, that I've seen. And I have friends from all races and religions. So I'm wondering what the purpose is.
Council President,
Councilman Flynn?
can I just read from the code, powers and duties, purpose?
Yeah.
Sure.
The Human Relations Commission is hereby empowered to make recommendations for the development of policies and procedures in general and for programs of formal and informal education that will aid in eliminating all types of discrimination based on, but not limited to, race, creed, religion, national origin, ancestry, disability, ethnicity, health, age, marital status, sexual orientation or gender, or the perception of these qualities.
So do we have anybody that creates policy in the town that we hire? It's a question to Sonia. Like on the Board of Education, they have a company that creates policy overall, not just with this, but all policy. You know, they hire a company and they give you policy recommendations that get updated by the state.
Okay, if you could clarify policy, because we've got several policies that we developed, whether obviously it's policies through the council or general policies through the township, like an employee handbook. What policy are you,
Okay.
so it goes through
So
several
here, let me-
bodies and.
So let me explain. On the Board of Education, anybody that's a teacher or ever been involved, they have a policy committee. But the policy committee technically doesn't make up the policy, right? There's a group in Trenton, or I shouldn't say Trenton, but with the government, and they make up policy. And they update all the old policy. And it would deal with like a human relations, right? It would deal with human resource. It would deal with actually everything you just said. But they come up with like these state policies that then get drafted. So my question to you was, do we have a company that does that?
No, all of our policies are gone through our legal team.
So we pay our lawyers to come up with the policy instead of hiring the policy company that does it? Where I think they only do it for, I think it's a couple $1,000s or something.
I can't speak to what the Board of Education or their policy firm does. However, it's been my experience that any policy that would affect the greater good of the residents or the employees should go through our legal team.
Okay. Now, I'll find out what the Board of Ed pays, and I'll make that recommendation to you, because they got to be cheaper than our legal team. Okay, thank you for that.
Councilman Brescher, I am hoping that one or two of the people from the Human Relations Commission will be here later on. They wanted to come anyway to talk more to the public about what the HRC is about. And so I had told them that public comment was at toward the end of the meeting. Okay, so hopefully I just put a call out there to see if anyone is coming. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Oh, there we go. Hello, Liz, yes. Can we have, is it possible to have Liz
No.
say, no?
We have to wait for the
All right.
public portion. Sorry, there's no talking back and forth.
Okay,
All right.
yeah, all right, so Liz, if you can speak during public comment, that would be great. Thank you.
All right. Councilman Patel?
Question on, again, like, it's great to expand the current structure of the teams. We need more people on the Human Relations Commission. My question here is, has anyone done a due diligence on checking what Dr. Chang Hui Shen, what he does, not just a resume, because a resume can be made shiny and glossy, but in terms of, because this is Human Relations Committee, the character, the personal life, the family, or anything, because those are the characteristics that builds a human being, and that does help into human relationship, because that empathy is not built within a person. I don't think they will have any empathy against anyone else. So just a question there, has anyone done a due diligence on this topic?
Councilman Batil, to your point, the application itself advises us that this person has served on the College of Staten Island's Diversity and Equity and Inclusion Council, so there's experience there. And of course, alongside with the resume, so there is experience with training and any sort of employee misconduct that appeared. So we felt, the mayor felt that this, of course, would be a good fit for the Human Relations Commission. And if Ms. Harris, who is the liaison, could expand on it, certainly she would. I think everybody received all of this? Okay. So they did have the background and the experience, and we felt this was a good recommendation.
Yep, and I agree, thank you, Sonia, for responding to the question that I asked. The question is, has anyone spoken to individual, have done the background check specifically? I'm not talking about the criminal check, but especially in terms of who the person is, what's his personality is, have you interacted with anyone who is acquaintance of this individual so that we know it's a better fit? Again, I have no problem.
I think Councilman Platt, I think that'd be a really hard question to answer because all we are judging this on is what we're presented with, which is the resume. And I would assume that mayor who selected the person would have done the executive work, which is to check on the back end and the personality. We are just essentially basing this on the resume, and I believe the experience speaks that this will be a good candidate, but I will let you be the judge.
No, not necessarily the experience speak. That's the reason I said any glossy paper I don't believe in. The facts I believe in. So if anyone from the Human Relations Committee has spoken to the person individually or have interviewed that person, then that gives me comfort feel. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Council President?
Council Vice President?
I have more of an answer, thanks to Liz Conway. She sent me the purpose of the Edison Human Relations Commission is to foster goodwill, cooperation, and conciliation, and to diffuse tensions among township residents, specifically by addressing issues or, I think something got cut off here, diffuse tensions among township residents, specifically by addressing issues or acts of bias based on a person's race, creed, color, religion, national origin, ethnicity, age, sexual orientation, gender identity, or abilities. So that is the Article 3 of the purposes of the HRC.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Any other comments? All right, moving on to number 9, from the Business Administration, A through F. Any questions or comments? All right, seeing none, moving on to number 10, from Department of Finance, A through D. Any questions or comments? All right, moving on to number 11, from the Department of Planning and Engineering, A. Any questions or comments? Councilman Brusher? No? All right. Moving on to number 12, from the Department of Public Works, A through C. Any questions or comments?
Yes.
All right.
C, $10,000 for a firehouse roof repair. What and why?
Council President will have Ray Porio come up and explain.
Okay.
Councilman, at House 5, you have a unit that's on the roof. They have to remove that unit and repair underneath the unit and reinstall it because there's a leak underneath it, underneath the unit itself.
Okay, the rest of the roof is in fairly decent condition?
Yes, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Councilman Brusher?
Oh, no.
Okay.
That would be it, sir.
All right, moving on to number 13, A. Any questions or comments? All right, moving on to number 14, A through C. Any questions or comments? I had a question on B. I know I cannot find out the exact location of the cameras, but I was wondering, are these stationary cameras or are these going to be on the police cars themselves?
The chief has stated that it will be on both.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, both. Okay, Councilman Brusher?
Yes, C, we have this $869,000, I guess, for lights for the police cars. How many police cars we need these lights for? How many cars do we purchase that we need all these lights for? It's almost $1 million in lights. And you know where I went with our budget, and that was always about
So,
spend the money on the guys to be in the cars driving around, as opposed to spending $1 million on the lights themselves. I mean, what's the need for these lights?
so what this is an annual contractual bid we put out, if you will. So this is a yearly thing that we do. This covers most of our vehicles, if not all, up to this point. We have added new vehicles to the fleet, obviously with new officers on board. So this isn't separate than anything else we've spent throughout the year.
So technically, you're not spending $869,000.
This was what was provided to us from the two vendors that are being awarded this evening. So between East Coast Emergency Lighting and Island Tech Services. So this is what we submitted what was submitted to us in terms of bids.
So you're looking to purchase $869,000 worth of lights? I mean, our police cars, do they look like Papanani Park now? Or do they look like the same police cars that I'm looking out there in the parking lot right now? Where is the 860?
This is not for lights, completely unrelated to the park. This is for everything included
says
in the
vehicle.
equipment accessories. If you see in the resolution lists all of the different emergency lighting accessories that go into a vehicle, to an emergency vehicle.
And we need all these. Is this for the new vehicles, or are you outfitting the old vehicles?
Both. You're doing both.
What's wrong with the old equipment and lighting?
As you know, things don't last long, so obviously they're pretty substantial vehicles that from time to time are used heavily. And so this is just wear and tear, including new vehicles.
$1 million a year in lighting and accessories that we go through on a yearly basis, because you just said before that we do this every year, right?
Yes, we have to. We have to go out to bid because these are substantial costs. Obviously, we're obligated to go out to bid for them.
Can I get a list of how many accidents our police officers have been in that warrants $869,000 worth of re-outfitting every year?
These are not related to accidents only. This is all of our vehicles that we get fixed, including any new vehicles that we have to retrofit.
So you have new vehicles you have to retrofit, right? We can add them up. I think there might have been 4, right, that we bought, new ones, over the course of maybe the last couple months. But, so then the rest of this would be for the old vehicles that break, the lights break or whatever is what you're telling me. But, so what I'm getting at is we're spending $869,000 to outfit our existing vehicles.
So let me just lay it out for you what's in the backup. You have the Division of Police, you have the Division of Fire, you have the Department of Public Works, and you have the Water and Sewer Utility. So this covers all
Just
of
like
those
a
vehicles for
blanket.
any emergency lighting or accessories in those vehicles themselves.
In all of them, so even DPW.
Correct. We have to put it all in one bid because it's essentially a commodity, if you will, and we do it on a yearly basis.
Okay, then I would say it shouldn't be underneath police, because this makes it sound like this would all come out of the police budget, and then it's really DPW is what you're telling me, or
So-
water.
So let me just be clear. Most of the costings comes out of, do you have the backup? I can I can vote if you want to grab this copy. So what it breaks down here, okay, do you want me to give you the breakdown?
Yeah. Division of Police, Division of Fire. Okay, so here, Edison Sewer Utility, right, has $50,000 worth of emergency lighting. I get it. But it's underneath the police line item here, so where do you bill this then against?
Oh. There's a weird feeding. I apologize. So it really, in terms of placement, most of the costings are within the police department. I could have put it under business administrator. I could have put it under DPW. Quite frankly, that's semantics.
Yeah, Mike's a little,
Something's going on with the mic.
yeah.
So as far as placement goes, it's just semantics there, but this covers all of those departments.
Okay. I'm going to say okay. I'm sure that'll change in the future. Thank you.
Sure.
Moving on to number 15 from the Township Clerk, A and B. Any questions or comments? All right, seeing none, we're going to start our regular meeting, but before we do, we'll need to add.
I'm sorry, Council President, I'm sorry, I did want to ask about the council meeting schedule. Noting that there are many combined meetings for next year, I had questions on, some of them are self-explanatory, but I had questions on actually 6 of them, combined meetings in February, April, June, September, October, and November. Not the Thanksgiving, not the one just before Thanksgiving, but earlier in November. Can someone shed some light on February, April, June, September, October, November?
Let's start with one at a time. So the February 1st.
February is the first one for,
There's holidays, President's and I believe Martin Luther King Day. There's one in February.
okay, so, because one of them, I think the meeting for it's February 10th is the combined meeting, and what's,
Correct.
and
then
what's the
other one,
12th?
24th and 26th.
What's the 12th? Why, in other words, that's Lincoln's birthday, but is that celebrated
Yes,
here?
that's where we're closed.
Okay, all right. April?
April is probably between Easter and Passover, the reason, where that fell on the calendar.
Okay, yeah, because I was looking through my calendar and I was having trouble finding holidays on some of these. June?
June is Election Day.
Oh, okay. Wait, Election Day?
Well, I have elections, so where it falls, elections the first Tuesday after the first Monday of the month.
Right.
So I can't possibly try to do a meeting that same week, so that's why it's down to the 11th.
Okay. September?
September is probably,
Well, there could be
yeah,
Rosh
because I got
Hashanah.
the list from the JCC of the Jewish
Okay,
holidays.
all right. October?
October, that probably falls into. The holiday on the 13th is Columbus Day. So, it's combined there, the 6th.
Is there another one in October that's combined?
I think we'll have to get back on the October.
All right.
October, if you want to do the 6th and the 8th. Unless it's on-
Let me check on my calendar.
October 6th is the first day of
JCC
Sukkot.
sent.
It's, Sukkot? Okay. So it's the Jewish holiday of Sukkot? Okay,
Is that what, yes, that's
all
what
right.
it is on here.
Okay, and then the first meeting's in November. What's going on then?
November, because I have election day on the 4th, and then we have a holiday on the 11th. So, mine on the 12th, you want to change it to the 10th?
I think we can split that one up because there's a holiday in the 11th, but I think we can do 10 and the 12th separate. I think we could do that one separate.
Okay.
If you want to do that separate, that's just.
Yeah.
Because election day is the 4th, the week before, and that's the reason. Because the 4th is election day on Tuesday,
Yeah.
November 4th. And then I have to get everything from Thursday and Friday, just election day itself is hectic, and there's still things to do the week of. Like, I don't finish with election really until Friday. That's why. And then how would I get the meeting prepared for Monday? That's why I made it Wednesday. I mean, that's up to you.
I'm okay with the combined, but if you want to split it up, I think we can.
Well, I don't want to make it harder on the clerks. All right, thank you.
Okay.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Okay. Moving on to the regular meeting, we do have to add the appointment for the mayors because it's a consent and agenda and it wasn't added. So that would be the appointment of Human Relations Commission, Dr. Chang Hui Suen. We're going to add that to the agenda. So can I get a motion to add.
Motion to add.
Second.
Motion to add by Councilman Coyle, second by Council Vice President. Do we need a roll call? All in favor? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, so that's on the agenda. That'd be a numbered thing?
So now, no, it doesn't get numbered. Now we're going to vote on that.
Okay, so we'll take a roll call.
Now that's added, we have to vote to accept it.
Okay.
Motion to accept.
Motion,
Can I get a motion to accept?
Motion to accept?
May I have a second?
Second.
All right, that's a motion to accept by Council Vice President, and seconded by Councilman Coyle. Madam Clerk, roll call, please. Oh, all in favor? Or would it be roll call? Just a roll call. Okay, roll call, please.
okay. Councilmember Brescher.
No.
Councilmember Coyle.
Yes.
Councilmember Harris.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil. Councilmember Pointer.
Yes.
Councilmember Shmuel.
Yes.
Council President Patel.
Yes. Moving on to number 16, approval of minutes. I believe Council Vice President will be abstaining.
Harris.
Abstain for August 28th?
And same thing with Councilmember Patil. He was also absent on the 28th of August.
Okay. And motion to approve? May I have a motion to accept or approve?
Motion to accept.
And may I have a second?
Second.
That's a motion to accept by Councilman Pointer, second by Council Vice President. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, moving on to number 17, ordinance. Madam Clerk, please read the ordinance.
Ordinance of the Township of Edison authorizing acceptance and execution of the site triangle easement agreement and sidewalk right-of-way easement agreement known as Block 497.01, Lot 1.01 on Township's official tax map, Kilmer Developers.
All right, this will be open to public comments on ordinance 2237, if anybody would like to make a comment. All right, you can come on up. Okay, so anybody else would like to speak on ordinance 2237?
Elizabeth Conway, 20 Netherwood Circle.
You're recognized.
Thank you. I just have a question on this because as I'm reading it, I don't understand the purpose of this. And if somebody could explain it, because I did read the resolution also and it didn't clarify it even more. But as some of you might think, a triangle of property would clear the site for some purpose is what I'm thinking, but I'm not sure. So if anybody could explain it, is this the time to question it?
Okay, and what exactly is the question, just to be clear?
Use clarity.
It says the execution of a site triangle easement agreement for a right-of-way.
So, Council President?
Go ahead.
So there was a development approval that was done, and as part of that development approval, the developer has to turn over these easements to the township. The site triangle easement isn't because the property is a triangle or anything like that. It is the line of sight necessary under DOT regulations so that you can safely approach the intersection and be able to see oncoming traffic. So what that means for our purposes is even if they dedicate it, we still have to accept it through this ordinance to make it official. That's all it is.
Okay, just sounds familiar for other purposes. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else that would like to speak on this? All right, may I get a motion to close the public portion?
Motion to close public portion?
May I have a second?
Second.
So that's a motion by Council Vice President, second by Councilman Pointer. May I get a motion to adopt?
Motion to adopt.
May I have a second?
Second.
That's a motion to adopt by Councilman Pointer, second by Council Vice President. Any council comments? All right, seeing none. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Brescher.
Yes.
Councilmember Coyle.
Yes.
Councilmember Harris.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes.
Councilmember Pointer.
Yes.
Councilmember Shmuel.
Yes.
Council President Patel.
Yes. Now, moving on to the proposed ordinances, I believe Council Vice President wanted to motion to table. So I'll take a motion.
Well, my question is that this is for introduction. My question was if it passes introduction, if the adoption discussion could be held instead of the 25th on the 11th. I'm not necessarily moving that the introduction, if people decide to approve introduction,
So can we adjust this?
Yeah, so like I was saying before, this actually was already introduced. This is the same ordinance. There are no changes to it. There's been no amendments to it. It's been reviewed by the committee, correct, Councilman Porter? Yeah. And so it's actually already on the table. It was tabled without a definite return date. So the motion would actually be to take from the table and have on for public hearing for X date. So if Councilwoman Harris wishes to make that motion to take from the table and have it on for December 11th, that would be what the council would vote on. If
So I
someone else
think
wants to make a motion to take it from a
If we're
different
just
date.
moving it from the 25th to the specific date, I think that'll be okay. I just don't want to table it again to reintroduce.
okay, so,
Council President,
Not yet.
okay. So how do I phrase this?
So motion to take from the table and list for, I'm sorry, what date was it, December 11th?
Yeah,
And list the ordinance for December 11th for public hearing.
okay. Motion to take from the table from November 25th adoption to the December 11th meeting for adoption?
All right, may I have a second?
Second that.
All right, so that's a motion by Council Vice President, second by Councilman Brescher. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Brescher.
Yes.
Councilmember Coyle.
no.
Councilmember Harris.
Yes?
Councilmember Patil.
Yes.
Councilmember Pointer.
No.
Councilmember Shmuel.
No.
Council President Patel.
No. All right,
Sorry. So you would need a motion to bring it.
back to November 25th. So may I get a motion to, can you reword that?
To
please?
take from the table and schedule the public hearing for November 25th.
All right, may I get a motion to take it from the table and schedule it for November 25th?
Council President,
Councilman Pointer.
I motion to take from the table, scheduling the public hearing for Monday, November 25th, 2024.
Okay, may I have a second?
Second,
All right, that's a motion by Councilman Pointer, second by Councilman Coyle. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Councilmember Brescher.
No.
Councilmember Coyle.
yes.
Councilmember Harris.
No?
Councilmember Patil.
No.
Councilmember Pointer.
Yes.
Councilmember Shmuel.
Yes.
Council President Patel.
Yes. All right, Madam Clerk, please read the ordinance.
Oh, now it's back from the table, so now I got to introduce it. Right?
No, it's been introduced. It was introduced and then tabled.
So now I'm on to the other new business.
So it will be on for the 25th for public hearing and adoption. Okay?
What was confusing about that?
The attorney. He's confusing.
No, the clerk's confused.
No, clerk's not
So,
confused. The attorney's
We
confused.
just, all we did was.
Now we're on the
table it
next
off, Table it
ordinance.
back on.
Okay.
All right, that ordinance will have public hearing on November 25th. The next ordinance can be now addressed.
Okay. Moving on to ordinance 2233. Madam Clerk, please read ordinance 2233.
Ordinance amends section 2-2.13.
Oh, sorry. I think we just did that one, sorry. Ordinance 2238.
Council President,
Councilman Patel.
you don't want to open up for, not, I don't know about the public comment, but especially for the council, because I have not seen the report out from the committee, subcommittee that was formed, why the decision was made to having no changes, but to put this on agenda. I would like to hear from the council members, the
I
subcommittee.
think we did have the report done.
Yeah, at the beginning of the.
No, but that's in the, okay, probably then I missed that.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll listen through the recording.
Provided to me, and I'll
We
circulate
we can recirculate with the text of it.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
An ordinance.
Go ahead. Ordinance
So
2238.
now at 2238, an ordinance amending Chapter 6 alcohol beverage control by amending Section 6-4.1, hours of sale, and Section 6-4.2, New Year's Day.
All right, may I have a motion to introduce?
Council President, I move this ordinance be passed on first reading, published according to law for further consideration and public hearing set down for November 25th, 2024.
Okay, may I have a second?
Second.
That's the motion to introduce by Council Vice President, second by Councilman Pointer. Any council comments? All right, seeing none, Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Brescher.
Yes.
Councilmember Coyle.
Yes.
Councilmember Harris.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes.
Councilmember Pointer.
Yes.
Councilmember Shmuel.
Yes.
Council President Patel.
Yes. All right, moving on to Ordinance 2239. Madam Clerk, please read Ordinance 2239.
Ordinance amending Chapter 2-2 entitled Township of Council of Chapter 2 entitled Administration, order to establish firm rules of decorum for conduct at Township Council meetings.
All right, may I get a motion to introduce?
Council President,
Councilman Pointer?
I move this ordinance be passed on first reading, published according to law for further consideration and public hearing set down for Monday, November 25th, 2024.
May I have a second?
Second.
That's a motion motion to introduce by Councilman Pointer, second by Councilman Shmuel. Any council comments? All right, seeing none, Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Brescher.
No.
Councilmember Coyle.
Yes.
Councilmember Harris.
Hell no.
She said no.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes for introduction.
Councilmember Pointer.
Yes.
Councilmember Shmuel.
Yes.
Council President Patel.
Yes. All right, moving on to Ordinance 2240. Madam Clerk, please read Ordinance 2240.
An ordinance amending Chapter 2, Article 1, Mayor and Council by amending Section 2-2.7, Work Session Meeting, Order of Business, amending Section 2-2.17, Amendments to Rules of Council, and creating a new Section 2-2.18, Combined Meeting, Order of Business.
All right, may I get a motion to introduce?
Council President,
Council Vice President?
I move this ordinance be passed on first reading, published according to law for further consideration, and public hearing set down for November 25th, 2024.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Seconded.
All right, that's a motion by Councilman Vice President and second by Councilman Patil. Any council comments? All right, seeing none, Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Brescher.
No.
Councilmember Coyle.
Yes.
Councilmember Harris.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes.
Councilmember Pointer.
Yes.
Councilmember Shmuel.
Yes.
Council President Patel.
Yes. All right, moving on to number 19. This will be public comments on the resolution. So the resolutions being 648 to 668. If you have any comments, you can, actually we'll have to start off with the one on the list, Joel Bassoff.
Joel Bassoff, 17 Beach Lane.
You're recognized.
So I suggest that the council hold off on approving Resolution 648 disbursements. The Township Charter, Section 3-15 states, during the month of November, the mayor shall require all department heads to submit requests for appropriations for the ensuing budget year and to appear before the mayor or the business administrator at public hearings, which shall be held during that month on the various requests. So my question is, now that we're halfway into the month of November, is the administration planning to comply with Section 3-15 of the charter, or is the administration planning to flout the charter? And if that's the case, if the administration's violating the charter, would it make sense for the council to hold off on approving the disbursements until the required public hearings for next year are held? And then concerning Resolution 651, transfer of funds, can we get information as to why an additional $150,000 is needed for legal OE? And what is the OE? And after that transfer, what would be the total appropriations for legal?
Okay. Any other questions?
That's it on this.
Okay, let's start off with Resolution 651, 150K. Sonia, can you answer that for us?
As I stated to the council who have had similar questions with regard to the 150,000. So this is what we've spent on average in terms of our legal bills, if you will, and it's based on average with what we've is conducting our business on a daily basis, whether it's through ordinances, policies, and the like, or any litigation matters. This is what we've spent the last few years, if you will, prior to even this administration So again, November transfer resolutions, the like. So this is just sort of a, routine thing that we do at the end of the year.
Okay. And the question on the November public hearings with the department heads.
Not quite understanding the question. We hold internal meetings, I myself, with all of our departments. Don't know what exactly would been done in the past, or if it at all in the past, as far as that. So we haven't violated any state statute or anything to the like. We introduce the budget as we are supposed to, and I've said this several times to Mr. Bassoff, so I don't have any other comments.
Okay.
Okay, that doesn't completely answer the question, because first of all, it is required by the township charter to have public hearings, not just internal meetings. And the other part of my question on 651 was, after the transfer, what would be the total appropriation for legal? And of course, now there's another question, since the answer is that this is routine monthly expenditures, why wasn't it put in the budget to begin with if this is something that we should have been anticipating, if this is routine?
I think
So that's the remainder of my question.
Okay, I think the routine portion of that was that we do transfer funds to allocate to different needs routinely around November every year. That's the routine part that she was alluding to.
Right, but this is, excuse me.
One second, let me finish
Go ahead.
the thoughts. And then in terms of the total overall budget of the legal department, it was provided to the council. It's been pretty consistent for a couple of years, except I did notice that there was a spike in the last year, which I am not sure as to, maybe it was something specific to legal that we were doing last year.
The big obvious one is contractual. All of our unions, a sum of between about 12, so takes quite a finessing in that, so that was a huge cost.
Okay, and I think we are down compared to last year.
We are slightly down, yep.
Okay. And I don't have anything else to add to the public hearing for the departments.
Right, well, first of all, I don't have the budget in front of me. I was just asking what the total appropriation would be, in terms of dollars.
Do you have that handy?
You could pull that up.
Approximately 875, Mr. Bassoff.
Okay. And then the other question is, in terms of the township charter, why don't we follow that? Maybe, Mr. President, you could ask legal or finance. I mean, it's in our township charter, so that's our Edison law.
Legal, would you clarify this for me?
I'll have to discuss with the head of legal. I'll have to discuss with Mr. Renone to give Mr. Bassoff a satisfactory answer. I know this has come up multiple times over even just the last year that I've been here, where he's brought it up. It's been at least somewhat addressed, so I'll have to speak with Mr. Renone.
Okay.
Yeah, my point is, it keeps being addressed because there's never a clear answer as to why we're not complying with our own municipal charter.
Again, I think we'll have to wait for the legal to get us the answer for this.
And how long would we have to wait for that? Because
I believe that-
obviously we've been waiting because, as council acknowledged, the question has been asked a number of times before and hasn't been answered.
I wouldn't say it's never been answered, Mr. Bassoff. It just hasn't been answered to your satisfaction. But I should have an answer for the next council meeting.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, anybody else that would like to speak? You can come on up. I'm sorry, I recognized him.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Name and address?
Yes, Jersey Watcher YouTube channel, broadcasting worldwide.
And township?
No, I named my organization. It said you can name your organization.
And that's fine. He's asking what township the organization is based out of. Is it Edison? Is it?
Oh, broadcasting worldwide. It's a worldwide organization. Worldwide. Just one question. I'm a little bit confused.
You're recognized.
That's up to you.
It's fine, you're recognized.
Thank you. No, I know I've been allowed in the past in county meetings, and I'm not trying here to cause
No,
trouble.
for clarification, I can't serve someone worldwide, they would have to have a location where.
Oh, no,
they're-
the location is worldwide. I'm soon interdimensional, but that's a different discussion. Just one clarification, because today's a double meeting. Through the chair to Councilman Brescher, I thought I was going to be able to speak on the ordinances. Are they in the resolutions right now, any of the ordinances? Did they get, no, right?
No, the only resolutions are 648 to 668.
All right, no, I thought maybe it moved into the, okay. All right, thank you for that. All right. God bless America. R6, the last one.
Are 668?
Yeah, the last one.
Okay.
I'm very much against the last one. Resolution approving the 2025 council meeting schedule. I took a look at it. It was all double meetings, except I think through the chair to Brescher, was it 1 or 2 months, not a double meeting every time? And, you know, speaking to all the council members, through the chair, of course, I'm speaking through all the council members. I feel that takes away from our speaking time, a lot of speaking time throughout the year. I look forward to coming to the council work session so I can get my 6 minutes then, and you're taking that away, because when you combine the meeting, all that gets removed. Am I correct? So, you know, you're taking my chance then away. I don't like that. So for every double meeting, it's instead of getting 12 minutes to speak on certain things, now you cut it down to 6. I don't like that. I'm absolutely against that. So for our 668, if you're going to do that for the entirety of the year, you also have to acknowledge that the hours of the meeting are going to be much longer. You know, am I wrong about that? I don't want to be here for 4 or 5 hours one day. I'm not coming here for that. All right. So I'm against R668. I hope you guys can pull that and work on a different schedule that's more transparent, more accountable, so this way more residents can come and air their grievances and concerns as is protected in the United States Constitution, First Amendment. But how much time left do I have, Marlena?
1.5 minutes.
2.5 minutes, all right. I'm against R667. I'm against R665. I'm against R664. I'm against R663. I'm against R662. But going back to R66, we don't have to. I'm against it. You know what? Every single one on this page, against. I'm not for anyone on this page. Yeah, if anything, you know, 661 had some promise, but I'm like, you know, screw that. Let it continue to deteriorate. You know what happened at R661 through the chair to Councilman Brescher? Was there a fire recently somewhere and you need to replace the roof? Don't replace it. Let it keep raining. Let the black mold keep building up. You understand? The Sam Joshi way. We saw what happened with the Ferrante house. And then we can send our public workers in there without any masks and get them all sick with cancer-causing materials. Absolutely disgusting calling himself a public safety director. How much time did you say I have left, Elaine?
You have 33 seconds.
33 seconds? That's 33 seconds to say God bless America, and Trump won. He proved every single one of you wrong. And now you got to eat.
All right,
Oh, well, it's not time's up yet.
but you're not
Oh, it's
talking on
not
the
on the
resolution.
resolution. You're right, you're right. God bless
Thank you.
America. God bless America.
Thank you. Anybody else that would like to speak? Come on up. A name and address, please.
My name's Donnie Edelman. I am a Jackson resident who has a business interest in Edison Township, New Jersey.
Okay, you're recognized.
All right. First,
You have to speak on the resolutions, okay?
no, I understand.
Okay.
All right. I'd like to thank you for having me at your town meeting. I am looking for a home for my business, and
I think you're going off on topic, sir.
No,
If you-
I hope that we can just do things right. I'm looking at these resolutions, and as far as anything to do with the motor vehicles, whether it be the vehicles themselves or the outfitting of them, I have a little bit of experience with this. Now, besides the fact that it's not broken down as it possibly should be, as far as how many vehicles are being done and the level of services that they are receiving, that I'm looking at these numbers, you're overpaying. You know, just for instance, the police interceptors, you're getting them for $50,000 a piece. Those are $41,000 trucks these days through the Ford Fleet program. All right, I don't know why you guys are paying an extra $9,000. I'm very well versed in outfitting police vehicles with lights, cameras, so forth, and that. Somebody should do an audit, because that's a lot of money that is potentially being overspent. Next is, as far as the scheduling is concerned, yes, there is a grave concern for people and residents of the town, business owners in the town, where having 2 meetings would give us 2 separate opportunities to speak, especially when you're adding a resolution to take that 6 minutes and knock it down to 4 minutes without any rebuttals, which means that even if we sit here for 4 minutes, you guys are not going to take the time afterwards to answer our questions. Why? I know it may be a little bit easier for you to have 1 day a month where you just power through it and you have a 4 or 5 hour meeting. That's kind of disrespectful to the residents and the business owners in town, because we need that time to speak. It's our time, and there are things, maybe we had something beforehand, like before you guys voted on the ordinances, you could stop really bad ideas before they even get a chance to get rolling. I don't know, and I'm not familiar with the different council members as far as their backgrounds or history of the voting and so forth as the council. I will become very well versed. But, as far as like when you have these ordinances, open public comments at every single
Council
turn.
President, speakers off topic, just the resolutions only.
Yes, please. I think you are speaking on the schedule, but you are going a little off topic there.
Well, like I said, as far as the schedule, there might be extenuating circumstances 1 month, but to have all these double meetings, it's limiting our time to speak. It's limiting our time to have contact and redress our government or whatever manners it may be. There are certain things as far as what's brought up in the workshop meetings that we want to have on topic, and then we want to have something else that to be brought up during the regular meeting. If it's all done during one meeting, especially if we're going to have 4 minutes, we're not going to be able to get any questions answered. Well, especially if you're telling us right now you're not going to answer questions. I think it's a bad idea. I think it's a bad look for the town, and transparency is the most important thing as far as what's going on with the council, with the town, with the mayor, with every department in here should be open and welcoming to residents who want to speak their mind. Obviously, yes, it should be done respectfully and within bounds. And no one should go wild or go crazy. And
I think just to clarify, we did have a discussion with Council Vice President and Madam Clerk that to try to get as many non-combined meetings. There are particular reasons. I think there are 6 meetings that we discussed as to why we had them as a combined meeting. So the idea is to try to have them separate meetings as per the ordinance, but in certain circumstances, it's beyond our control, or certain situations, it makes more sense to do them as combined due to the workload that the Madam Clerk is under, or if there's holidays or certain other things that we can't control.
If they're combined, would you guarantee us at this point that whether we get 4 minutes or 6 minutes, that you'll give us a chance to speak during both meetings so we have double opportunity to speak?
As per the ordinance, you will have an opportunity to speak.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
As per the ordinance, you will have an opportunity to speak.
At the workshop portion of the meeting and at the regular meeting session?
Council President, what he's asking is if there would be 2 opportunities for them to speak.
Correct.
One during the work session portion, one during the public meeting portion, which is not what is.
Not currently
on the
coded as
proposal.
that, no.
Thank you very much.
All right, anybody else that would like to speak on the ordinance? Resolutions, sorry.
Elizabeth Conway, 20 Netherwood Circle.
You're recognized.
I would like to talk about Resolution 668 also, and I understand the inconvenience and why you need to make the meetings together, but it's, no offense, it's very inconvenient for people to come at 6 o'clock at night. We live in Edison, and I live off of Inman Avenue, and to get here by 6 o'clock, I had to leave at 10 after 5 in order to get here, and I got into the parking lot at 5:54. So that's like the perfect time to get stuck in traffic to come across town. So if it's convenient for your schedule to make them combined meetings, could you possibly move the meeting back to 7 o'clock? So this way, it's not that much better, but it would be a little more convenient.
I feel your pain. I commute from Livingston, and I literally have to rush, eat dinner in 5 minutes, and then come here. So I understand. I would love to have it at 7,
So
but I am off.
7 out of 24 meetings, moving it to 7 o'clock when all the other meetings are at 7 would be more convenient for
I would
both
leave
you
it
and
to
us.
the committee to discuss this issue and bring it back to us.
I can't lie, I don't want to take away your time, so.
I'm done. I don't
You
want
can
to.
elaborate if you like.
So we did speak on that. There are a couple of, I want to say logistic items, but like there is consideration with like the clerk's office, how when they're here, like it's a entire day's aspect. We have the department heads that are here. And at the end of the day, if we wanted to push it back, we can by resolution push it back. It doesn't actually have to be codified. So we do have that opportunity to still adjust the schedule. How it's presented right now, no, it has not been adjusted to that later start date, but it's not to say that we cannot take that into consideration and modify for next year's meetings.
I think that is something we'll consider, but I personally will be in favor. But again, I do have to look into the other aspects of it, like, how long the Madam Clerk will have to stay back and wait for us, or the department heads would have to wait to answer our questions, and that's an extra gap that they will have to deal with. But again, I think that is something to consider.
Thank you.
Council President?
Councilman Brescher.
Yes, I'd just like to comment that as far as pushing that back to 7, a problem with the combined meeting is, we put these couple controversial issues on the agenda today. The public didn't get to speak about it today. If we were to have allowed the public, like it would be at our next meeting, right now at 7:30, we wouldn't be to this form right here. It would be more like 8:30 to 9 o'clock, which means the public that just came here to complain, let's say, about flooding on their road or something of that nature, would have to wait until we got through all of this to get to their portion, which might not be till 10 o'clock at night. And a lot of the public, I don't think, wants to wait till 10 o'clock at night to come and address their issues. Maybe something on a format change would be to change that part of the public where they could speak at a combined meeting at the beginning of the meeting, like we do at a work session, on any subject.
Yeah, we had suggested to keep it after the business items from the council are done. So on the combined meetings, if they maintain at the 6 o'clock timeframe, like we haven't even gotten to that here, and this is actually the format that we would be following. So it's 7:30 right now. We're not even at the oral petitions and remarks section. And this is the format that we're looking to codify, so.
Any other questions?
Joy Ship Freeman,
Township?
Edison,
You're
New Jersey.
recognized.
I mean, I'm just doing this because I don't think Joe should be filming me if I don't want to be filmed. Okay, if you're not going to film me, I don't think he should film me. That's just how I feel about it. Okay, and I just think that with 668, I think it's disingenuous of people that sit on the council to complain about the time or anything. When you were elected, you knew what you were going to be a part of on 668. So your schedule and all that stuff, it's fake that you're talking about it, okay? Because this is what you did. And somebody said, oh, Joyce tried to be political. No, a lot of y'all not like me. I've been coming to meetings ever since Ulensis, before I was a councilwoman, okay? I was there ahead of time. Some of y'all just showed up lately, and that's y'all problem. Okay, now, moving forward, the resolution and the transfer of funds, I was wondering when you're going to give Mr. Bassoff a good answer for that, but I guess he'll have to wait forever to get that, like never ever happens. All right, so now, 654, the resolution authorizing the mayor to enter into a shared services agreement for paint program drop-off services with the county of Middlesex. What does that pertain to?
Council Vice President, if I have Mr. Porio come up, who can explain?
Yes.
Thank you.
Council Vice President, just in consideration of her time, can we
start?
ask all the questions first and then have them addressed? I don't want him to take up like 3 minutes and then you'd be left with nothing else. Up to the former councilwoman.
Maybe they'll put some film on you and the senior citizens can finally read your lips from home. Resolution 660, resolution authorizing the installation of sand volleyball courts and the amount of that. Where are they located? All right, and the 664 license plate recognition cameras, where are they located?
Thank you. The agreement that we're entering into with the county is for paint and for tires. There's no cost to the township. They provide the containers and the county picks up and disposes of all of the material. As far as the volleyball court, that's located at Edison Woods Park.
Yes, Sonia.
Council President, the third question was with regard to cameras. We can't discuss where the placement is
Okay.
for safety reasons.
Please, no talking. If you would like to speak, does she still have time?
Council President, she didn't hear that Mr. Porio had said that it was at Edison Woods Park.
The volleyball?
Yeah, Edison Woods Park.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. If you,
Motion to close the public portion.
no, I think someone else might want to speak, yeah.
That's why I was.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, if you could just,
So we have 6.
Council President, just let's finish the public portion and we'll have to take maybe a break. All right, continue.
All right. Ben's from Edison, New Jersey. Do I have the floor, Council President?
Yes, you got it.
Awesome. I just want to discuss about the resolution for, give me 1 second. I just had, oh yes, 11/20/24 for the Hogan Security. I took a look at that.
What
They've been
number?
in service for,
Ben's, what number was that?
oh, it's gonna be resolution for the Hogan Security for resolution 659-112024.
Okay.
Like I stated, they've been in business for 42 years, because I'm 32, so I'm gonna do math, so. I took a look at their information. It's very well going. I would absolutely would approve this resolution for the police department. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Vince. Anybody else that would like to speak on the resolutions only? All right, may I get a
Motion to
motion?
close the public portion.
All right, may I get a second?
Second.
That's a motion by Councilman Coyle, second by Council Vice President. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, the public portion is closed. Should we take a 5-minute recess?
Can we please?
Okay, may I get a 5-minute recess and to reconvene at, let's say, 7:45?
Motion for recess.
Okay, may I get a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, so we're gonna take a recess. We'll be back at 7:45. Thank you. All right. All right, can I get a motion to reconvene, please?
Motion to reconvene.
May I have a second? Everybody, please sit down. There's a motion on the floor for reconvene. Can I get a second?
Second.
All right, that's a motion by Councilman Patel, second by Councilman Pointer. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, the motion reconvenes, the meeting reconvenes at 7:45. All right, continuing, just to, that discussion was because there was a duplicate resolution on Resolution 656, so we are going to be removing that. So, because that is already captured again under Resolution 665. So we will be removing Resolution 656 so that we don't vote on it twice. Now, moving on to public comment. All right. Anything to pull for a separate order?
Council President, yes, 658.
Okay. Anything else?
Council President, 668.
668? Okay. Anything else? All right. So can we have no talking in, please, so we can conduct the business here? Thank you. All right. Moving on, the consent agenda is going to be Resolution 648 to 655. We're removing 656, 657. Councilman Brescher pulled 658, 659 through 667, and Councilman Coyle pulled 668. May I get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Motion to approve.
Second.
So that's a motion by Councilman Patil, second by Councilman Coyle. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Brescher.
Yes.
Councilmember Coyle.
Yes.
Councilmember Harris.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes.
Councilmember Pointer.
Yes.
Councilmember Shmuel.
Yes.
Council President Patel.
Yes. All right, moving on to Resolution 658. Councilman Brescher.
Yes, I believe I understand the administration's need for it. I just think that they're going about it the wrong way. With our code enforcement, I do know that we have difficulty finding people in code enforcement because we don't pay them a fair living wage. In fact, most of the people I think our average age is probably 67 years old. So while most people are retiring, we're hiring part-time people in code. Now, I do know we have problems getting all of our inspections done, but I think if we raised the salary and we hired full-time people, that would work better than having to buy, basically police interceptor vehicles so they could drive around and get to their destinations faster. I just think it's really going in the wrong direction. So that's why I asked. I understand the need because currently we aren't paying them a fair wage. So we need them to get around to their inspections faster. But I just don't agree with it, that's all.
I think they just need to get to the inspection. I don't think they need to get it faster. I think the confusion on the police, I had the same thing. I saw the police thing. It's not a police car. It's just the hybrid portion of it. As per our policy, we're trying to get more hybrid cars, and this was the way to get that.
Right, but the Interceptors, okay, you're younger than me, but it's always been called a police interceptor because it's a faster vehicle. Everybody in the public knows that. So I'm just saying, if the idea was to do more of an electric kind of hybrid thing, then you would get a more appropriate car, that's all. So I thought it was so that they could get there faster because we don't have enough people. But that's okay. Just wanted to make that statement. I think we should basically up that salary.
Any other comments?
No, that would be it.
All right, can I get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
May I have a second?
Second.
All right, that's a motion by Councilman Patil, second by Council Vice President. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Brescher.
Yes.
Councilmember Coyle.
Yes.
Councilmember Harris.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes.
Councilmember Pointer.
Yes.
Councilmember Shmuel.
Yes.
Council President Patel.
Yes. All right, moving on to Resolution 668, Councilman Coyle.
Council President, I want to share my opinion and also discussions I've had with members of the public. some of the 15,000 people who vote for us here. The combined meetings, I think, are a convenience, and those who I've spoken to in the past believe they're a convenience. Those who watch television at night like to see a productive meeting of the council doing business. I think we don't have enough combined meetings. Today, if this is voted for, I will support it. However, I think we should take a longer look at this at another day and have more combined meetings. A combined meeting, I think, is convenient for directors, convenient for the public. I mean, people have to look at both sides. As I sit here as a council member, and some have been here for 20-plus years, some members on the dais today have been here for 9-plus years. We shouldn't allow the 6 to 10 people who come here to dictate what this council should do. Now, they may come here and have an opinion for those they spoke to, whether it be in their community or a few people on Facebook, but they don't speak for the public. They do not speak for the 15,000 people who vote or the 100,000 people who live in this town. So we have to look at that as we sit here as elected officials. We can't change our position because of a few people who come to the dais and are disappointed in something they see on the agenda. For instance, I just want to make it clear when we bought Silver Lake, we bought this property for $15+ million. That was something I would have never done. But members of this public felt that we shouldn't have a warehouse there, and they changed our position, and we bought a property for $15 million. So however we want to look at it, those who have their opinion, outside this dais, in the public, those who sit here today, we have to just take a stronger look. I asked my council colleagues to take a stronger look when things are said, who they represent, because they do not represent everyone. And there are many people today watching this meeting right now who want to see a productive council meeting. And we should take a stronger look on the 6 to 10 people who try to control this meeting and claim that they speak for the public. They do not. That's a fact. They speak for their few, and they have the right to do that. And they have every right to speak for the few they are involved with. But I hope sometime in the future we take a stronger look at this. I think combined meetings are a beneficial use of this public good, and it is productive. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Coyle. As for this ordinance, Councilman Shmuel brought up that we do need to change one of the dates, and
September 24th, we want to make it a Thursday meeting to be September 25th?
to change that's a combined meeting,
Yes,
right?
it is a combined
The
meeting.
combined meeting on September 24th does not work due to a holiday, so we would need to move that to a Thursday, September 25th. Do we need to take a motion on this? Okay, so a motion to change the dates? All right, can I get a motion to amend?
Motion to amend?
Second.
All right, so that's a motion to amend by Councilman Patil, second by Council Vice President. Okay, roll call. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Brescher.
Yes.
Councilmember Coyle.
Yes.
Councilmember Harris.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes.
Councilmember Pointer.
Yes.
Councilmember Shmuel.
Yes.
Council President Patel.
Yes, and now that we have updated that change, may I get a motion to approve Resolution 668?
Motion to approve?
May I have a second?
Seconded.
All right, that's a motion by Council Vice President, second by Councilman Patil. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Brescher.
Yes.
Councilmember Coyle.
Yes.
Councilmember Harris.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes.
Councilmember Pointer.
Yes.
Councilmember Shmuel.
Yes.
Council President Patel.
Yes. Okay, moving on to number 21, oral petitions and remarks. You can come on up.
Now you come to the list.
Oh, I already went through the list.
Archana Gugula, 51 McKinley Street.
You're recognized.
I wanted to raise a water drainage concern or a new construction which is happening in between McKinley Street and Riviera Boulevard. So the previous houses that were there before the new construction, they were not so elevated on the hill. But the new construction, the houses are being built very elevated. So because they're on the corner of the street and they're elevated, the new houses, all the water is draining into our backyards and into our basements, and they're getting flooded. So this is getting very hazardous, and we already complained to the zoning department, but the complaint was immediately closed. we're now asking assistance from you all, like, to take this seriously and to take some kind of action on this, because both the backyards, it's breeding, like, particularly if it is going to be in summer, then it's going to have a lot of mosquitoes and water is going to get stagnated there. And even the basements also, I'm worried now that all the water will come into our backyards. So I have a letter from my neighbor as well supporting the claim, and I have my other neighbors also here to support the
If you
same
don't
complaint.
mind, you can give the letter to Marlena. And also, when you do, can you send out an email to Sonia? She'll get your information after the meeting, or if you want to give it to her now, and we will follow up on this. Unfortunately, this will not be a meeting where we can discuss the details specifically, but we will be aware of it once you bring us the information, and we can discuss it in person. We can give you a call from someone from the administration,
Okay.
and then we can figure out what we can do.
Sure, thank you.
Yes.
Council President?
Councilman Besher?
Yes, I have a question. This area here, this is flooded before, correct?
Just
On McKinley?
Rachna? Rachna. Your name is Rachna, right? Archana. Sorry, Archana.
Archana.
Councilman Besher has a question for you. Right. This is McKinley on the hill, right? And this area has flooded before, a couple years ago, too, correct?
Not that I recall. It's McKinley Street, and it's like adjoining Rivier Boulevard.
Right, but I'm saying that McKinley goes on a slope,
Yeah, that's correct.
and you're on the slope.
Yeah, we are on the slope,
All
and
right,
the houses
so-
are built. They are being built here, and it slopes down, and all our houses are down here.
Yes, correct.
That's true.
Right, so Council President, just to let the business administrator know, all her department heads are very well aware of this issue. They've had flooding in the past. It's one of the same areas that it continues to flood. And we've been unable to fix it like the other places that we've had flooding. We could probably go back in the record to when Lanky was mayor. Okay, so it is not like just the new thing.
I think she specifically said that it's because of the new buildings that are
Well,
being
right, now
elevated.
they're building new houses there.
The-
right,
in-
which
yeah,
is-
in addition,
which
they're
is
building new
making it
houses.
worse.
I think
So-
we need to address the cause, right?
Right, but what I'm saying is they have a flooding issue that goes down there in their backyards and stuff. Somebody's pool is underwater there. I forgot whose it was. But now with the new building, it's even worse.
I think we can take this off table.
That's true,
We'll
yeah,
need
with-
more details on this particular issue to have a good discussion. But
With
thank
the
you.
new buildings, it's way worse now, like, and it gets flooded very quickly.
All right, well, thank you,
Yeah.
Archana.
Thank you.
If you want to come on up, since, your name and address, please.
Yep, sure. Neeraj Seth, 41 McKinley Street. So
You're
I just want
recognized.
to echo what, Archana said that, and it's, it's a real issue in our, the neighborhood. The issue is that all the new construction are elevated, right? And there is, even though we complain, so far, I haven't seen any action coming, which prevents that in the water coming in. My backyard is, always has flooded. We have mosquito issues, even my basement has the issue before that, and I have to spend my money. I think a few years back, like I complained, nothing happened. I send out, that, pictures and everything, nothing happened. And I see that, same thing is repeating right now, because of now, and this particular house, what she's talking about is right on the hill, right? And then it's elevated. So even though it's going to make it much worse for us. So, yep.
Just make sure when you email, include me at N Patel when you email Sonia, so I can be in the details. I want to make sure that we follow through on this.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you. You can come on up. Name and address, please.
Hello again, Donnie Edelman Jackson, New Jersey. Got a couple of things I'd
You
like
recognized?
to. What was that?
You recognize, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. A couple of things I'd like to speak. 2233, limiting time without rebuttal. This is the people's time. Don't limit it. And if we had questions, we'd like answers. It's that simple. Mr. Town Attorney, 2239 about the decorum, and I saw when I came in, I was given a list of rules about signage, props, so forth. I don't know, I'm sure they taught this in law school about prior restraints and limiting constitutionally protected activities. Now, I've seen some of the things that have gone on here. And while, yes, it is unusual, basically with our 6 minutes or 4 minutes, whatever we end up getting, if we want to sit here and go through every curse word in every language that we could possibly think of for 6 minutes, that's all right. If we want to take our 6 minutes and do a circus act, that's fine. Just as long as we're not doing anything threatening or outwardly disorderly. That's not for you to judge. It's not for you to enjoy. You just kind of got to take it. And I don't mean it as disrespectfully as it sounds, but opening the town up to lawsuits because of feelings enforcement, saying that you don't want certain things going on in these chambers. These are the people's chambers. This is the people's time. And yes, I'm new to town, so there may just be a few people that come here regularly. But part of the problem is that I'm disabled and I spent some time in the services. So let's say I'm not able to come to the meetings. There's no way for disabled residents, homebound residents, quadriplegics, and so forth, or cannot leave their home to participate. There's no way for them to participate via the live stream or through the TV, and that's another problem. I saw something in the closed session meetings about Sunday blue laws. I'm just going to say this: stop. Don't do it. Don't consider it. It is a bad idea. Bergen County has it. Everyone's fighting to get rid of it because it's a nightmare.
We're getting rid of them.
Oh, you're getting rid of them? Oh,
That's
awesome.
the discussion.
Awesome. All right, then I apologize. Let's see. So I spoke, again, the feelings enforcement, the blue laws. Now, again, Mr. Coyle, I understand what you're saying about, certain people may come here regularly, but the simple fact of the matter is they may not represent the town, but the town itself, because I've been to a lot of these meetings in a few different towns, generally doesn't show up unless there's something so egregious that it really does affect everybody. And I know what you guys do does affect everybody, but there's certain hot topics that will bring out the masses. In general, though, it's going to be the same people. It happens in every town. So please show a little concern for the residents. They may not speak for everybody, but I'm sure they speak for more than themselves. Like I said, the open meetings, try and figure out a way to have audience participation, for lack of a better term. It's in the Sunshine Law, and it's in the guidelines that they memorialized for COVID, as far as the restraint, as far as what's supposed to be done, so that this way people who were not able to come during COVID could participate. They memorialized it. I said, hey, that's a great idea. Continue it. I don't know why that's not happening here. All right. I'm saying all this. All right. I hate to sound obnoxious, but, well, let's just go for it. I'm well off. Me and my friends own a company. We're looking to find a place, as I said, to build our business and open up a manufacturing facility. We're going to contribute several $1 million a year in taxes to this town. The only thing we ask is this town runs fairly, openly, transparently. All right, I'm not sure. I'm not going to say that there's any good old boy stuff. I don't know. All right, I'm not going to say that there is or there isn't, but I could sure say transparency is key. You guys are here to serve the people. Now, the people, yeah, sometimes can be a pain in the ass. I get it. I used to have a very similar position to you guys. But the simple fact of the matter is, whatever it is you get paid, or even if you did it and you're not getting paid to do it, that's the job you signed up for. It may not be fun at all times. Yeah, you get to go to all the openings and, all the parks and everything like that, all the town events, which is great. But when it comes time for people like me to come redress our government, we need to be taken as seriously as possible. All right, I sit there, I build things for our soldiers to fight for our freedom. And then to have those freedoms turned around by the city government makes no sense. It's not a good look, and there's no justification for it. As I said, prior restraints, I understand some things have gone on, and you may not like it, but it is what it is, and you just kind of have to accept it. All right, if things get disorderly, threats are made, different story. I understand that we have a large police presence here, and it's not for anything more than a couple of cameras. All right, I'm sure it was here for one camera that you didn't realize that I'd be coming here. I am very big into freedoms. I am very big into First Amendment. Like I said, I know people who have fought, sacrificed body parts, and died. So that this way, when we come to America and we come to all the freedoms that we fought for, we're not being told that we can't do certain things in public meetings. We can't say certain things.
Thank you, Donnie. Your
Have a
time's
great
up.
night.
You too. All right. Anybody else that would like to speak? You can come up. You can come on up, Joe.
Okay, so Joel Bassoff, 17 Beach Lane. So at the beginning of this meeting, we recited a pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. And that flag is a visual representation of the values that this republic stands for, including the right to freedom of speech and the right to petition the government for redress of grievances. And I mention that because the proposed ordinance 2239 classifies the use of props as, quote, an impediment to the orderly conduct of the meeting. Now, I'm holding up an American flag to represent those fundamental American values of freedom of speech and freedom of petition to the freedom to petition the government. So my question would be, does this flag impede the orderly conduct of this meeting? Would it be considered an illegal prop under this proposed resolution?
That's a good question. I will ask the legal counsel for that.
Exactly. It's a good question because it's ambiguous. And then you put yourself in a position where you either have to suppress the American flag, or you have to make a choice that some props are okay and some props are not okay. And now you're talking about content-based speech and having to make a distinction based on the content of the speech. This is representational speech, and I think it would be a disgrace if this was suppressed.
I would like you to answer that.
The ordinance is clear. It does not permit props.
Right. And
if you're bringing a prop to the podium, you'll be asked to put the prop away. If you refuse, you'll be in violation of the ordinance. None of that makes the prop illegal. None of that makes the gamesmanship of claiming to suppress the American flag illegal. All it means is that there is an orderly way to conduct business at the meeting.
You're taking my time now.
Yeah. You asked for a question and you wanted an answer to it.
Yeah, and typically
that's what the ordinance does. There's no content-based
You answer the questions at the end so that you don't take away the time of the public, the time that's already limited. So please give me my time. I have important points that I'd like to make. I understand why you would like to suppress it, but these are important points that I would like to make. And they're freedoms that are guaranteed by our Constitution, and they're freedoms that are represented by this flag. I'd also point out that the ordinance that would purport to make this illegal has not been adopted. It's not in effect. And if it was illegal to hold this up now, you wouldn't need the ordinance. So there's no problem with holding this up now. I'm also holding up a copy of the Constitution of the United States to remind everyone.
Do you want me to answer the question in terms of why?
He's still speaking.
Do you want to just continue? Okay, I'll let you finish when you're done.
Yeah, when I'm done, you can address all my points, and I hope you will. So I'm holding up this copy of the Constitution to remind everyone here that each member of this council took a solemn oath to uphold this Constitution. I'm holding up this New Jersey state flag to illustrate our state's motto, liberty and prosperity, signifying that liberty is a prerequisite to prosperity.
I am being told that just as we are implementing a law, that I have to give you a warning, because it is a prop, and all props are going to be considered.
Okay, under an ordinance that has not yet been adopted?
This ordinance is just codifying the laws in writing. These are essentially what the council president enforces. So as I am in, do you want me to answer, or do you want me to?
No, I'd like to continue.
Okay, then you can continue.
You made your point.
But if you hold up any more props, I will have to give you a warning and have to remove you. So no more props, please.
Okay, no more American flag, no more Constitution, no more state flag, no more township seal.
Oh,
I get it.
So, sorry,
I get it.
let me repeat. If you hold up any more props, you'll forfeit your time, and then
I
you
get
will pick
it.
them.
So right now, this is the arbitrary ruling of the council president, which is not law, and which is going to be put into law because there's a recognition that the arbitrary rulings of the council president cannot be enforced and could possibly subject the council and the township to First Amendment litigation, which could be costly to the public. Okay, I get it.
Vote out the council.
Okay, so anyway, regarding the proposed ordinances 2233 and 2239, there are questions that I'd like answered. Regarding ordinance 2233, what's the purpose of reducing the public speaking time by 2 minutes per person? 2, is it the intention to reduce the amount of public criticism of the council and the administration? And that's a serious question, so do some introspection as to why you're trying to ram this through. 3, by how much do you expect meetings to be shortened as a result of that ordinance? 4, with the exception of maybe one member of the public, do you view that members of the public are wasting the council's time by having more than 4 minutes to speak? 5, how many members of the public have asked the council to reduce the public speaking time? 6, how many members of the public have asked the council to retain the current time limit? 7, why does ordinance 2233 have no whereas clauses? No reason for the ordinance in the ordinance. Okay, regarding ordinance 2239, question 8. Can I get a copy of the committee report, the committee that recommended that ordinance? Question 9, is ordinance 2239 based on decorum ordinances of any other municipalities? Question 10.
Thank you, Joel. Your time is up. You may sit down, and I can answer your question.
Well, you took a good
Sir,
portion of my time.
please sit down. Thank you. Now, as for moving forward, the props, any props, will be considered not conducive, what's the right word? Conducive to a proper meeting?
Conducive to good order.
Conducive to good order, as that is the judgment as the president of this council. I am making that call. It is in my duty to conduct the proper business, and that is the decision I have made. So moving forward, no props will be allowed. If you do propose any props, you will be given a warning, and your time will be forfeit, and then you will be kicked out if you do not follow the decorum rules. Simple as that. It has nothing to do with First Amendment. It has nothing to do with content. It's just simple. No props allowed. You are more than welcome to speak your mind. You're more than welcome to say what you choose. If you want to criticize us, you are more than welcome to criticize us. That is fine. But no props will be allowed moving forward. Now, you have a lot of questions, so I will let the council answer any of these questions. Councilman, anybody would like to take it?
Council President, how are props as an expression, how is that not part of the First Amendment? How is that not part of the First Amendment? How is that different from speaking? How is that not part of the First Amendment?
It's bad legal advice.
Please, Councilman Brescher,
this attorney has gotten
you
us
are
sued so many times.
Councilman Brescher,
Millions
please,
of dollars we
please,
spent on
you
this
are not
attorney.
recognized.
Disgusting, like Krista was
Can I
saying,
get a
disgusting.
5-minute break so Councilman
Motion
Brescher
for a
can?
recess.
Yes.
And can I get a second? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All right. The council will return at 8:18. All right, everybody, please sit
Council
down.
members?
All right, we have 4. All right. May I get a motion to reconvene?
Motion to reconvene?
May I have us? Please, we're going to reconvene the meeting now.
Yes, meeting started.
I second the
All
motion.
right, that's a motion by Council Vice President, second by Councilman Manuel. All right, motion, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, the meeting is reconvened at 8:20. Who else would like to speak? Yes. You can sit down. If you continue talking, I will have to give you a warning, sir. Okay,
Elizabeth Conway, 20 Netherwood Circle.
you're recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to start off with, today is World Kindness Day, and that you should say something kind to someone or to somebodies. And the kindness that I'm going to share is, you did a wonderful job with your paint job in the council chambers. That's what I could come up with. But the thing I would like to discuss is your ordinance regarding changing public speaking from 6 minutes to 4 minutes. I come up here with respect each and every time. I try to keep to the minutes. I don't want to waste my time asking Marlena, how much do I have left? At the Board of Ed meeting, my first question, they have the time up on the TVs, so this way you can just check the time so that it ensures that you can get everything done.
I can get an answer to that right now if you don't mind. I think, Sonia, we were supposed to get a shot clock in November. Is it here already, or is it going to be here soon?
With our production team up there, they were supposed to get that together, and I'll find out if it was ordered.
Okay, so they are bringing a clock that will solve that specific issue.
Very good. So on November 29th, you're going to put it to a vote with you as president. This will come into effect in December or automatically on the 25th is my next question. If it is the 25th, will it take place in December is my question. Now, come December, following month is January, where the reorganization takes place, and I don't know, vote-wise, who will be our next council president. But my question there is, should the council president be different from you? Can they undo everything that you've just done in November? Okay, that's good. My next question is, I notice when I'm sitting, I don't have to watch the council on TV. I come because I want to be a part, it's my town. But I do notice that I am not on TV. Not that I want to be on TV, but I don't understand why that change took place other than another part of decorum was instituted because of that. I know a friend of mine had asked why that took place, and I didn't even notice because I wasn't really paying attention until I came tonight. So that's another question that I had. I do notice that the gentleman to my right has a camera, and the gentleman with the dog has a camera. And I did notice before, I thought it was a water bottle, but somebody told me Mr. Coyle is also videotaping. And I was wondering what the purpose of that is, rather than just being able to see what's being videotaped by the town council. When I come up here, I speak on my own behalf. I have concerns about my town, and I'm a strong enough person that I come here and I share my beliefs. I didn't come here with 15,000 votes. I didn't come here with 10,000 votes. I came on behalf of me, and if any of my friends or neighbors ask me a question, I always say, I don't know, I will ask. But I kind of find at some points in time that I'm not wanted to do this by certain council members. And I feel that's an injustice to me as a citizen of Edison. It's my right to speak. I do it with respect, and I feel I should be given the same respect that I'm giving to you. So I really think you should think about this ordinance, because in years past, we didn't have this major problem. Yes, you're going to have certain people that are going to upset the apple cart, but there are other people that don't. And for the number of people in the audience, I feel like you're punishing us because of the fact that another is taking advantage. So I really would wish you reconsider, or come January, it gets changed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Council President?
Councilman Brescher?
Yes, I just wanted to, when you asked about the camera angle, I think the business administrator said she was trying different angles. Sonia, are we trying different angles at every meeting, or is it the same angle? We're just, maybe is it a degree off, or what would the change be for?
The change remains, it's to get a sight line of all of the council and the conduct of business.
And not to have the public present. And when you asked about Councilman Coyle, he's not here right now, but he confided in me, because I asked him about it, and he said that he wanted to have that for his own nostalgia, so that he could see the public. So I guess he doesn't agree with the public not being shown either, so that's why he's filming the public.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman Brescher. Anybody else that would like to speak? Mr. Freeman, just give me one sec. There were some questions that we didn't answer for Elizabeth Conway. Do you remember which one was it?
Did you address when the council rule would go into effect?
Yeah, that's the one. When would
20 days.
20 days?
20 days from passing.
Okay, so it will go into effect 20 days after it passes.
No, it won't be at the December 11th meeting. It would be at the December 22nd, I think it is, right?
That'll be within.
No, it's 3rd.
Okay, so 20 days after the adoption, that it will go into effect. Okay, sorry. Name and address, please.
Joyce Ship, Freeman, Edison, New Jersey.
You're recognized.
Yes. After listening to Joe Bassoff, I just realized how ridiculous this whole situation is. It's ridiculous. And even though Mr. Coyle thinks I don't represent a lot of senior citizens and other people who look like me, I do. They speak to me back and forth. I could be in Wegmans and they're talking to me. A lot of them, they're in their 80s, they're in their 90s, all right? They don't get to see the person, so they don't hear what they're saying. Even when you're speaking or one of you guys are speaking up there, nobody zeroes in on you so that the people from the audience can see. But hey, y'all a bunch of millennials. You know, you got the 13th trophy, and you guys are like, you know, really horrible to senior citizens. And it doesn't, you know, at this point, it don't even matter if you get rid of, if you 4 minutes to 6 minutes, because you're gonna make sure so nobody hurts your feelings or anything. The people don't get to see the people. I have been all the way around, as I told you before, since Ulysses, I have never seen this much deterioration. And let me tell you this, if you don't have good leadership skills, I'm from the school system. We don't put the audience on cap. We put the leadership on it, a correction action plan, so that you can do your thing better. And I'm sick to death that we pay millions of taxes. We pay tons of taxes, and we get treated like garbage. Everybody sits around there, everybody's up there, their shoulders back, and you know, this is the game. This is not a real game, and I don't understand why this whole thing came about. I don't understand. I went to the Board of Ed meeting last night. Went to the Board of Ed meeting. Very good. 6 minutes over there. Leadership out of this world. People working hard. And they're not making $17,000 to $20,000. You know, they're not making anything. But guess what? They do that you guys don't do. They respect, as I have to say it again, they respect the people they represent. Okay? When you signed on to say that you wanted to be a council person, if you didn't have the time, you should have never signed up. Because I've been here in these chambers 2 o'clock in the morning with people who only made $6,000, that's all. And when they didn't try to hide you or erase the camera or any of that, they would say, like Peter Barnes would say, I respectfully disagree with you. They didn't have that problem. So to me, it's like an experiment we did with a bunch of millennials, and we found out that they couldn't handle the job. And that's what, you know, that's very, very sad. And meanwhile, this other lady was telling me, she said, Mr. Fix-It came to her house, and well, she wrote the letter to, you know, the mayor and everybody, but you know, y'all don't answer. And she said, Mr. Fix-It came to her house, and she had this water problem. Well, he accidentally left the water on, and instead of her bill being $200, her bill wound up $400. All right? And all she lives off of is Social Security. So to the people up there that think people don't call me and don't ask me questions in the direction in which this town is going in, they're very, very sad about it. They can't believe that it deteriorated this much in 2024. What's the problem? What's the real reason that you're not, even if you came here to say, if I came here to say something plus about you, it's not going to be heard, because with the acoustics in this room with no rug down, that even makes it even harder for my senior citizen friends to hear what's going on, because it's bouncing back and forth. Okay, so I figure you millennials should know about that, because you got your little phones that tell you something, okay, because most of you guys stay on that. But my whole problem is that I told the seniors tonight I was going to tell you how disrespectful they are, and I'm also concerned about the food desert that they have on the north side of town. It's a shame that they have that food desert there. Like, what you know what I mean? If you want to walk here, if you want to walk there, you can't do it anymore. And somebody told me, oh, don't worry, 3 miles down the street, there's a grocery store. But if you have any type of health issues, or if you are a certain age, 3 miles is far. It's very far for you to walk to. But everybody's so self-serving nowadays, so self-serving. They don't care about the individual. And I like that she said this is Kindness Day. I wish this would end off of being kind this year. The only thing that has been productive on this council is eliminating people from the view of other people and limiting people's conversation. I don't understand how you can take all that money from us and say, oh, girl, what? I don't have the time for you. Very, very sad, very, very sad. Now, the food desert, and I don't know who's going to be responsible for paying the ladies extra $200 for Mr. Fix-It. And some things Mr. Fix-It cannot fix, so he should just say he cannot fix them. Thank you.
Thank you. Sonia, is there someone who can help the old lady with the Mr. Fix-It? Or is that something town can do?
Thank you. Without the disparaging remarks about being young, Council President, if there are any issues with Mr. Fixit, if someone could please email me exactly the address and resident so we can rectify that situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Please, no talking from the. Hmm. Thank you.
Maria Orchid, 83 Jefferson.
You're recognized.
Thank you. I have to remember my issues. First, I'd like to thank the police department for the wonderful trick-or-treat event. The HRC was there also giving out candy and talking to the children and having fun with the community. The HRC, Human Relations Commission, is designed to bring the community together. We had a survey that went out to the residents, and the residents say yes, they have experienced at some times biased discrimination incidents, and we're working on giving out a pamphlet on what the procedures are and how to reach the public. We would like to invite the public to our next meeting, which is December 3rd, where Dr. Adorelli is our honored guest, as well as Commissioner Charlie Tamara. Also, we're looking forward to the next event, would be the Winter Wonderland on December 7th. I'd like to thank all the volunteers that came out to help the Edison Environmental Commission. And I'd like to thank you for all the time that you spent working for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria.
Wait, one more, sorry. I forgot. I want to support Pat Massey and Sue O'Neill. They'll be coming up to their terms at the end of December. I'd like to say it's such a pleasure to work with them. I've been to a few of their events, and I look forward to, or hope to look forward to, working with them in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Anybody else that would like to speak? You in the back?
Ron Loeffler, 6 Nancy Circle, Edison.
You're recognized, Ron.
I came here today to speak about a couple of things, but from what I've been listening to, I've gotten a little sidetracked. I'm a little concerned, and I can't comprehend the lack of courtesy given to Councilwoman Harris to ask for an extra 2 weeks so she could be here to offer her opinion and to vote regarding an ordinance. It's just 2 weeks later that you lose 2 minutes. It shouldn't matter, and that courtesy should be extended as a member of the council. What I really came here for is the Open Space Advisory Committee puts a list together of properties that it would like the township to acquire. And 135 Whitman, this is a property that's in front of the planning board now, located next to the dog park, has been on the open space acquisition list for many years. But instead of expanding the dog park or planting trees or making that area nicer for the residents or the dogs, the town didn't do anything. And it's the detriment to the residents, the dog park. Even the neighboring town of Metuchen hired an attorney to oppose the warehouse. So we're taxed by Middlesex County $6 million a year for open space. And Edison, with the Open Space Trust Fund, gets $800,000 approximately per year. What I do see happening with the Open Space Trust Fund money, we got an Excel spreadsheet a few weeks ago, and we're spending $40,000 on flags, splash park signage that wasn't included within the splash park cost, flag poles, and it's really being, what I would say nickel and dimed instead of used for, preserving open space for the residents and for the people that live around there, even Metuchen. Throwing away money. A couple weeks ago, as you drove around town, there were 12 variable messaging systems that basically said crime is against the law. We've spent $10,000 on 12 signs for 2 weeks that could have paid for the splash park sign and the flagpoles instead of taking it out of the open space trust fund. I never come up here saying that I speak about or for all the residents. And I can't say that any of you could say the same. You represent the residents, and the residents that are here are, up and here to present their point of views. And a lot of people will not come to these meetings because they have families or whatnot. But every generation, Bruce Diamond used to come here. Now he doesn't come here anymore. Different people come here. But that doesn't mean that their point of views are less relevant. And again, I don't know what you're getting back, reducing the public speaking time by 2 minutes. How much time are you saving? How much time do you expect to save? So if you can answer that question. Another question, in reviewing the monies that we spend, and especially regarding the underbid threshold monies that are able to be made by the town under $44,000, is there a way that that can be on the agenda, or how much money that we spend on those underbid threshold monies? They're on probably a resolution for disbursements, but there's no documentation or resolution regarding those funds. So can we get a commitment to giving that transparency to the residents at the meetings? Lastly, the reason people come here is to share information. Back in 2021, the chairperson of the Open Space Advisory Committee came here and asked the council to change the ordinance for the Open Space Trust Fund in the Edison Code Book. I don't know how long he spoke for. He wrote a letter, gave it to the council, and he asked the council to change the ordinance so the money can be spent for park improvements. To date, that ordinance has not been changed, and the only monies that should be spent regarding the Open Space Trust Fund is for purchases and acquisitions of properties. So some people can express that in 6, 4, or 1 minute, but it's an exchange of ideas, and sometimes those ideas take longer to communicate, sometimes years, because again, still not done. So regarding the bid threshold, can I get an answer on that, please?
Thank you, Ron. So the ask is you want it under the bid threshold of $44,000. You want transparency as to where those are going. I think that could be doable. I think that is something that we passed to allow the administration to make more efficient decision on, I believe, a year ago, right?
Council President, just to clarify, we are under the state statute's guidance to go before the council, anything 44 and up.
Okay.
That's what that ordinance changed, was to abide by what the state statute allows us to do.
Okay.
Everything else is on the bill list.
Okay.
And I'm not arguing that.
I'm sorry, your time is up, Ron, but we can have a further discussion.
As long as you understand the question.
Sir, your time is up. Sorry, you can't talk anymore. Unfortunately, that is the rules that we have to follow. So please sit down. I will try to get the answer. Thank you. So I think the ask is whether or not, how can we be transparent on the cost that's below $44,000? Is there a way we can be more transparent? Because I don't believe those come before the council to vote on. So, it could be
I'm not quite understanding the word transparency. Everything's on a bill list.
Okay.
I'm sorry, there's a lot of noise in the background.
Yeah,
It's
can
very
we
disruptive.
please have no conversations, because then we can't have a business meeting here. We cannot have a conversation here and no one can pay attention. So if we can please, thank you. So I think the question is transparency in the sense of making it more available. Not that you guys are not following the state statutes, that you guys are, but more available, easier for residents to see where those purchases are happening.
Again, under the bill list.
Under the bill list?
Yes.
Okay. And that would be the best way for the residents to access?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if we need to improve that, is there a way, possibilities to make it, you know what, we can have a discussion off table on this. In terms of open space, this is a question I had for you, council. Can we use that fund, and is it appropriate or not allowed? Because I understand that open space would like to specifically only use it for parks and improvements, which is ideally my goal as well at some point, but are we allowed to use it for, like, let's say the splash park signage?
So one of the things about open space is that it's a little bit of a misnomer. It's not just for acquisition of land. The Green Acres program, I believe, specifically put out a pamphlet that's under the same open space guidelines and rules, where it's for additional expenditures related to improvements to recreational facilities and other public access areas. So things like park improvements generally fall under the specifics of the township's open space program. I'm not intimately familiar with, so I would have to review and get back to you on what exactly the guidance is there. But generally speaking, so long as it is related to the improvement of things that encourage people to get outside, things that encourage not building developments, would tend to fall into the ambit of acceptable use of those funds.
Okay, thank you.
That wasn't my
sir,
question.
Ron, I'm sorry.
You
we can't-
misconstrued both my
Sir,
questions.
Ron, you please sit down. I'll have to, we can have a discussion off
But
tonight,
that wasn't the question.
please
Not
sit
that I
down,
didn't get
sir.
my answer,
Officer.
I didn't ask what he responded to.
You've been warned. You've been asked to sit down, okay? If you continue, then you'll have to be removed, please. Thank you.
Okay, and in terms of the last question, how much time do you expect to save? Anybody would like to answer?
Council President, to me, it's not about saving time. Now, I understand that's what is mentioned now, but we have to have a more direct line of communication to express, to be able to have, I think, a concise time to, look at me right now. I have as much time as I want, and I can't get my thoughts through, right? So being able to have your points directly mentioned allows for more ideas and thoughts to actually be expressed, right? We've stayed here until midnight many times when I was council president. It's not about reducing the actual time. It's about having a proper dialogue for constructive, whether it's criticism, exchange of ideas, or just general expression of statements. That's my viewpoint on it.
Anybody else?
Yes, Council President.
Yes, Councilman Vice President.
I have been told that in 2008, the public speaking time was reduced to 4 minutes, but then in 2010, it was put back to 6 minutes. I wasn't around, I wasn't attending council meetings or listening to them, but I don't know about the rest of you, but that tells me something. That tells me that there was probably some kind of hue and cry about the 4 minutes not being, the 4 minutes not being sufficient, and that people felt very strongly about having that 6 minutes restored. And it has been ever thus since 2010. I don't understand this. I find this ordinance folly, And the people have been very clear. They have spoken very, very strongly about this. And it's not just about people in this room and that they're only representing a small amount of people. I can tell you on social media, I've seen a lot about this. And so I would like very much to see this ordinance voted down. Obviously, I will not be here to be a part of that vote. But I'm hoping that if and when this passes, that we can revisit it. Thank you.
Council President?
Councilman Brasher?
Yes, I have a question. Maybe Council Vice President could look into this for me. You said that it changed in 2006 to 2008?
2008 to 10.
2008 to 10. Could you see if the council body changed at that time? Because maybe the new council body went back to the old format.
Yes.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Council President, could we have, as a courtesy, could you pick some first-time speakers?
Sure. And as for me, I think the 2 minutes is, again, as what Councilman Pointer said, it's not really about saving time. It's about focusing. If, let's say the idea that many of you are saying that, if you don't have your thoughts together, you might need more time. If I gave you 10 minutes, let's say if I gave you 60 minutes, if the council gave you 60 minutes to talk, you can talk, someone can talk for 60 minutes, but then that won't be a conversation because we won't know how to answer those questions. Also, if there is a lot of people in the chambers, let's say 100, if it's a very pertinent issue that a lot of people are very willing to talk about it. If there's 100 people in the chambers and if everyone took their full time and let's say everyone had 10 minutes, there's a lot of time that is a lot of times just repeats of stuff. But if you are, the idea of focus is that if you are allotted a specific time and you know that you're allotted 4 minutes, you would focus and say the things that are important to you. And that will also help the council to know what is important and what is to address. Again, and going back to the philosophy of changing these things, I don't believe this to be so permanently set in stone. As Elizabeth Conway alluded to, this could be changed next year. If the council agrees that this is not working, it will change in next year. So it's not set in stone and it's not done forever. It is something that I believe we can try to see how helps the conversation go better. But if it doesn't work, I am open to changing it. Again, this is not something once done is forever and forever. This is something we can work through and figure out. I think this is what Amazon, Jeff Bezos says, that if this is a decision that can be a door that you can go back and forth, it's not too much of a concept to just say, hey, let's try going through that door, and if it doesn't work, we'll come back into this door. It's fine. I don't necessarily take it as such a set in stone belief. But yes, I would like.
Council President, can I make one more comment?
Yes.
Simply put, this is a hammer looking for a nail. Thank you.
Okay.
Steve Nagel, 19 Back Drive.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Council President. Good evening, everybody. I had some additional questions on 2233. And just a point, I don't go back as far as our distinguished former councilwoman and council president Joyce Ship Freeman until you lens this. I think I was a zygote at that point. But I've been in this council, I've been addressing council since I was a Life Scout going for Eagle, getting my community citizenship and the community merit badge, and you had to come to a council meeting and address the council. So I think the most important thing in this chamber, and I've said it before, is decorum and respect for elected officials and the respect that they show the residents. So in regards to the 4 minutes or 6 minutes, I have never used my full allocation of time at both ends, and I've always yielded time back, and that's based on the respect that's been to the chair, and the chair has returned. So I think that's an important matter that we need to continue to look at, is how our residents address our elected officials and how they address the residents of the municipality. But back to 2233, I have some questions. I'll be more than happy to I'll read them here. I'll be happy to email them to you if you'd like to respond. I can give these to you if you'd like, so you don't have to write them all down. Was this ordinance based on any ordinances from any other municipalities? If not, should we be concerned that in some ways we're setting some precedents that other towns have addressed and looked at and passed on since then? The ordinance uses the term patently offensive, and how is that defined? Were any court cases reviewed in drafting 2239? I have great concerns about props. I don't know what a definition of a prop is, and interestingly, I'm wearing a jacket that I actually got in Alaska, and somebody said, "Is that a prop because you have something on it?" Do we move from props being something that someone's holding up to someone wearing a flag shirt, a flag pin? It's a very, very vague area that I think we need to, if we're going to do this, we need to have very definitive terms for it, because I'm also afraid of violation of First Amendment rights. Could a member of the public use a photograph to illustrate a problem on public property, for example? Would that be a prop? In what ways does a costume, which is also an expression of your First Amendment rights, impede an orderly conduct of a meeting? And respectfully, I never really cared what people were wearing, but it does turn into another thing. If a person comes in wearing religious garb, if an Islamic person comes in wearing a habit, if a Jewish person like our distinguished councilman is wearing a yarmulke, is that a prop? Where we really need to define where does this start and where does it end? And the last question I had is, how does a non-medical mask impede the orderly conduct of the meeting? Thank you for your service to our municipality and our residents, and I yield back my time.
Thank you. For 2233, I think I would ask Councilman Pointer to address that question.
Thank you, Council President. In regards to reviewing other municipality ordinances, I did put a list together that documented what their speaking times are, if they allow for rebuttals. There were several that had 5 minutes. There were several that had 3 minutes. There were municipalities which set time limits as to how long the oral petitions and remarks could be. For instance, Highland Park allows for 21 minutes with 3-minute speaking times. So there are a lot of different ways that other municipalities have done this, but yes, we did review other municipality ordinances. Thank you,
Councilman Pointer. And as for 2239, I would ask the legal counsel to answer those questions.
So I'm not sure if this was directed toward 2233 or 2239, but 2239 is at its core based off the MEL recommended ordinance that is from the insurance providers. So that's their model ordinance modified for the township's specific circumstances. With respect to whether or not something qualifies as a prop, your clothing doesn't qualify as a prop. That's your clothing. It's what you wear. If you have something written on your clothing, that's not a prop. Props are extraneous items brought in order to try to demonstrate or prove to something while you're speaking that aren't related to your speech. So if you try to go to the State House and bring in props, even if you are a member of the Assembly, they won't allow you to do so. So it's not a hard term to understand. When you come up, you're speaking. You're addressing the council, you're expressing your concerns. If you have exhibits or documents you wish the council to review, it's been very, very easy. You have it with you, hand it to the clerk distributes it to the council for them to review. That is the orderly conduct of business. So,
all right, thank you, counsel. In the back? In the back.
Carl Zimmerman, Community Drive, Edison.
You're recognized, Carl.
At the last meeting, I got hot. I had every right. Rich, I appreciate what you said afterwards. AJ is not here right now. I appreciate what he says. And for the public, I did not get thrown out of this meeting. 2, when AJ was speaking, I said, it's going to take somebody with big shoes to fill my shoes. Nobody been hired yet in my replacement. But they took a guy from Public Works over to my department and got a $15,000 plus raise. When I couldn't get a raise because it was being blocked by one person on the skyline. And through the chair, Joe Coyle, I do not appreciate that comment you made about me doing nice work. And furthermore, the mayor hired me, Mayor Tom Lanke, not you. And through the chair to the BA, did I abuse you that night? Thank you. Because Joe Holler, I was abusing you that night. And I was not abusing you. I was asking you a question. Thank you. Now, on 926 Amway Avenue, they took down over 20 trees. No trees were replaced. A fence got put up. And 2 days later, somebody got a brand new fence around their house. Were there any permits taken out from them trees? No. We donated $100,000. You guys approved $100,000 for trees and plants for Amway Avenue from the tree fund. But 20 trees was never replaced at that lot, taken out with no permits. That's why I was barred from Claude Barton for 3 years. Barred for doing my job. And I will continue coming up here when I'm here. I'm living between South and North. I got a lot to say. If I'm a whistleblower, oh well. Because there was a person in this building on the top floor in this building, 2 people, they had a target on my back. They tried to get rid of me. They didn't. But I know I can get somebody in deep trouble right now. We have people, a lot of people can't come to this podium because they work here like I did. Guys went into a yard last year in this town and cut trees down. In the Pawtucket-Edison border. Illegal. Another thing, during cleanup, in this book, it got no special pickups. But somebody on this dialogue gets special pickups all the time with mattresses with no covers. And what's in this book? You put a mattress out, you got to have a cover on it. The Chinese place that was being sold for $2 million. You know why it didn't go for $2 million? The realtor was going back to sign the deal. So they went to $5 million. But what happened to Mayor Sapolo in Woodbridge years ago? He went to jail for something like this. Private order body. The guy lost the realtor on that place. Same person went to another shop in Amway Avenue. Hey, I'm going to be a realtor. You know what the guy said? Get out the door. Thank you. Until the next meeting, have a Thanksgiving, guys.
Thank you, Carl. Anybody else that would like to speak?
Good evening, Ben's from Edison, New Jersey. You have the floor, Council President.
You recognize Ben.
Thank you very much. At this time, will not be speaking. It's already 9:03. I should be saving the world for role play since I'm a Major General for the Army of Lamita. But anyway, this is more important issues instead of the role play because I have bigger shoes I have to do when I do the role play. But in IRL, it's a little bit different here. But I really want to discuss this ordinance -2233-2024. By changing the public speaking, instead of 6 minutes, will be 4 minutes, and we lose 2 minutes. I feel like that is absolutely not right, and I hope somebody can please don't approve this. And if it does get approved, then hopefully Mr. Brescher does become our next mayor, and I'll guarantee you that I'll be on your team as well, and we will definitely repeal and replace everything in this township, so help you God. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vince. Anybody else that would like to speak? All right.
Thank you. Anonymous, New Jersey Corruption Watch, member of the press, my organization. Am I recognized?
Township?
Worldwide.
All right, you're recognized.
Internationally?
Just before you start, actually, if you pause this time, the props, I'm going to have to give you a warning if you start using.
I was putting that down. I forgot. No warning. I was putting it down.
Okay.
As I was just putting all this stuff down.
All right, you can continue this time.
Can you take back the warning? Take back the warning, please?
Yeah,
I was
okay.
just putting
I'll
this
take
stuff
back the
down.
warning. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Time started?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So before let's just, all our cards off the table right now. Is this a prop right here?
If you use it as a prop, that is. If you're wearing it, it's fine.
I'm gonna wear the shaman hat from January 6th, the next meeting. So, thank you. Hats are allowed. When I came in this meeting, through the chair to Margot, through the chair to Chief of Police, through the chair to Councilman Brescher and anyone else that wants to listen, the police were refusing me entry. The police were refusing me entry for wearing my mask like this, my COVID mask. Through the chair to Councilman Brescher, do I have to go back on YouTube when you used to wear the bandana around your face during COVID times? I mean, so these police officers, 4, normally there's 2, now they got 4 gang members to harass me. Some of them I grew up with, I like them. I shouldn't have said gang members because they're not really gang members, but you know, I'm just a little bit upset right now. And I'll say this, I'm sorry I said gang member, fashion police. They're not the fashion police, all right? What is this, TMZ, Sam Joshi's TMZ, and he's sending the fashion police, making sure I got the same colored socks on? By the way, I don't. One's blue and one's pink. But, so now that we get this out of the way, I'm allowed to wear this mask?
If it's medically, you're sick, you're fine.
It is. It's my medical mask. I've been wearing it all year long.
That's fine.
All year long. And you know that because I come in here, I wore it like this, but when the cops kept me out, they kept me out for actually wearing it like this. I hope that's important to know. Okay? So this is illegal. It hasn't been codified. When you say behavior which disrupts, otherwise impedes orderly conduct of the meeting, when it's my time to speak, you're the one who always creates chaos and havoc around the speakers. The use of patently offensive or abusive language is prohibited. Cohen versus California. Somebody came into the courtroom wearing a jacket saying, "Fuck the draft." He won that court case. There's another court case saying, Rosenfeld versus New Jersey, where somebody went to Board of Education meeting and said motherfucker several times. So legally, I'm allowed to say this council chamber rules are motherfucking stupid. And
sir,
IA told me I was allowed. IA told me I'm allowed.
Take this as a warning. If you continue, you will forfeit your time.
So I'm forfeiting my time for doing something that you guys told me I'm allowed to do. I'm not insulting anyone. They said as long as I don't insult anybody, and I'm emphasizing something right now. I'm emphasizing that these council chamber rules are motherfucking stupid. And under Rosenfeld,
Sir, your time's
point of
forfeit. You
privilege,
can sit
lawyer,
down.
point of
Sir,
privilege, lawyer.
You have no right to call a point of privilege, sir. We went over
Can
this
someone
at
call a
the
point of
last
privilege
counting
for
meeting.
me?
Sir, please sit down, or you will be asked to leave.
You're,
Your time is forfeit.
okay, let me grab my stuff.
Thank you.
Okay, you're forfeiting my time because you're
Sir,
violating.
if you
my
continue,
First
I will
Amendment
ask the
rights. I'm not
officer to.
continuing. I'm grabbing my stuff and I'm
Council
walking
President?
away.
If I can address Rosenfeld, Rosenfeld criminalized speech. Nothing that we're doing is criminalizing speech. Rosenfeld was very specific about the fact that it was the criminalization of speech that was an issue. We're not criminalizing speech. We're not charging him criminally or anyone else criminally.
Sir, please
your time has been forfeited. Sir,
officer,
you'll be
can we
escorted out
please
if you continue.
But you don't have to.
Officers, can you please escort him?
You don't have to charge someone. The removal's enough. Thank you.
All right, you can finish your.
Yep, no, that was me advising so that everyone in the room is aware. It comes up at every meeting where shouts about Rosenfeld. Rosenfeld was very specific about the fact that they criminalized the speech so that uttering vulgar language in and of itself was a crime for which they were charged. It went to a court, ultimately was dismissed because of the fact that it's not a criminal act. And we're not making it a criminal act here either.
But let me ask you a question, Mr. Attorney. When they sue, and I hope they sue, and I will testify for them, okay? Testify that I believe their rights were taken away, okay? And when they sue and they win, because they aren't arrested, but they were removed, which means you did not allow them the right to speak. And that's what they will sue you on. At that point, Mr. Attorney, understand one thing. I am going to ask Lou Ranone and Coughlin to please have you removed from their firm and from our dais at every meeting until my term is up. Thank you.
Just so
It
that
was a
we're clear
statement,
here.
sir. It was a statement.
That's fine. Council President, if I may?
Yes, please.
Just so that we're clear, everything that has been proposed with respect to this has been vetted by Mr. Ranone.
Well, I'll
We've
ask for
gone over
Mr.
this.
Ranone to be
So-
removed from his
Councilman
own
Brescher,
firm.
you're not recognized, please. All right, anybody else that would like to speak? All right,
Motion to close the public portion?
May I have a second?
Second.
Motion by Councilman Coyle, second by Councilman Pointer, all in favor? All right, I lost where we are.
All righty.
Okay, moving on to, from the council member to the planning board, Councilman Pointer.
No report. The next meeting is Monday, the 18th at 7 p.m. here in council chambers. Thank you.
Okay, report from all council committees, starting Councilman Coyle.
I have nothing to report, Council President, but I do want to say DPW did a great job with Pat Annie Park. It looks wonderful, ready for a holiday celebration. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Vice President.
Yes, several. From the animal shelter, the October report, dog adoptions were 26, cat adoptions 21. Currently in the shelter, there are 4 dogs plus 1 mother dog nursing. There are 7 puppies, 7 cats, a mom cat nursing, a TNR cat. TNR cats are 2, kittens 3, and reclaims. There were 7 dogs that were reclaimed. Next, we move to the Human Relations Commission report. That was the meeting of November 6th. And the issues were that Charlie Tamero was supposed to be at that meeting, but he was not able to make it, and that's why he'll be at the December 3rd meeting along with Dr. Alderelli. We discussed and prepared bylaws. We are looking to update the Facebook page with pictures from events, sending a weekly positive message on WhatsApp. open meeting and publicize meetings, post a meeting schedule when the next meeting is scheduled. Our next meeting, we will be discussing our January meeting, need to update our official list term expire date. What's the procedure in the bias crime, escalate to, what is this? I don't really, what is the procedure in the bias crime escalate to the correct department referred? I might have to ask what that means. What happens when someone sends a complaint? A good attorney can be involved in open meeting guidance. What about, who does the HRC go to with legal questions?
Human Relations Committee, who does it go to the legal questions? I would.
Commission.
Oh, commission.
They would come to the township attorney. I mean, that would be the first stop for any wing of the township for who to discuss legal issues with, and if it's something that we need to refer to a specific attorney who's on the roster. We talked a lot earlier about the legal bills. That's over 10 firms, I think, that are part of that.
So it's not necessarily your firm, it would be?
It would be our firm first.
It would?
Depending on what the issue is. No, it would be our firm first, full stop. Then depending on what the issue is, either our firm would handle it or refer it to one of the other firms or attorneys that the township has contracted with.
Okay, good, thank you. We were able to donate a case of Thanksgiving food to the Hands of Hope. Meeting adjourned at 7:47. It had began at about 7 o'clock. So actually 7:25 p.m. It was a very short meeting. And again, the next meeting is on December 3rd. The Cultural Arts Commission meeting was, there was one more thing with the animal shelter. There is an event, let me get that up here, a fundraising event. There's a Taco Tuesday hosted by Edison Tex-Mex Deli, 2024 Woodbridge Avenue. That's going to be Tuesday, November 26th from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. And proceeds will come out to the shelter. Okay, the Cultural Arts Commission met on the 12th, and that was yesterday, and that was 5:45 p.m. Very brief meeting also, approval of the 10-1 meeting minutes. We went over the upcoming displays to be at the gallery, which will be Hispanic Heritage Display, Domestic Violence Display, and the Public Safety Display Review. Edison Arts Society exhibits. This is an issue because the Edison Arts Society is no longer going to be able to have their exhibits up on the third floor. As a matter of fact, they cannot have it anywhere in the building. We are hoping that as a partnership, it's not necessarily under our purview, but we are hoping to be able to, once the Ferrante House is ready to go, we're hoping that we might be able to relocate their exhibits there. That would be a good place for it. We are also looking to, the Cultural Arts Commission wanted to find out what the Edison TV schedule is, and just to get a reminder of when is the running of the council meeting times. This would be to you, Sonia. So just to inform everyone again, the Edison TV viewings of the meetings are when and what time?
I'm sorry, are you referring to the broadcast time?
Yes.
I believe they were late in the evening.
Do you remember, does anyone know what time?
The council meetings are the night after.
9 p.m. the night after.
Are the day after at 7, and then the day after that at noon.
Okay, so the council meetings are 9 p.m. the day after. Tomorrow at 9, okay. We also are looking for fundraising ideas for the Cultural Arts Commission, and so we're going to be discussing that going forward. That was it for cultural arts. Then library board, I was not able to attend last night because I went to the veterans event, but I did get the minutes for that. Bids were opened on Thursday for the North Edison renovation project, and they're now under attorney review, making good progress on the second floor of the main branch, and it's still on target for the second floor to be completed in December. New flagpole was installed at the Clara Barton branch. Resolution to approve a new contract with Mark Burkowski and Associates as owner's rep for the North Edison Branch Library in the amount of $28,000 was approved. Mark is currently the owner's rep, but his current contract only went through the bid process. Friends of the Edison Public Library Book and Bake Sale on 10/25 and 10/24 raised $1,049. The Friends of the Library will be holding a pop-up bake sale at the main branch on 11/23 from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. or earlier as they sell out, if they sell out before 4 p.m. I believe, let me just make sure I didn't have any other, yes, that's my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Councilman Pointer.
None, sir.
Councilman Shmuel.
Not at this time.
Okay, as for me, the Open Space Committee met on the first Thursday of the month at the council chambers, and we discussed bike paths, the one on Central Ave, and we decided the action items will be to have a meeting with engineering and Walt Stoschel to discuss key issues that we have on the bike paths and what compromise that need to be made. We also discussed the Greenway, how we can expand it to Stelton Road. There is a rail line that is inactive but not being currently used by the railroads, but they haven't given us the permit to extend that Greenway. We tried to brainstorm ideas as to how to get that right to connect Stelton Road to Metuchen and continue that Greenway all the way down. And that's it on the open space. Moving on to points of lights. Any council members have any points?
Council President.
Councilman
just
Brescher?
A committee report.
Oh, sorry. You were not here. Okay, Councilman Brescher.
Yes, we had a veterans meeting. At the meeting, we discussed coming up with an estimate, I guess, to complete the project that's there. You know, our original task that we were doing was we had the stones and the new pole. But then the attorney informed us that we couldn't do that work like ourselves, like we couldn't have volunteers go there and actually work in the park because of insurance, I guess. So now we're going to revise our estimates and then present that to the council and the administration so that we can get this money approved. I got confirmation from our commissioners that they will do matching funds for us. So I feel fairly excited about that. We also talked about taking a look at our other monuments that we have throughout the town to see if there's any sort of improvements that maybe we can make to those, make them stand out a little bit. And we're going to reach out to Boy Scouts, the schools, to see if we can get some help and support with that. We have a meeting scheduled for tomorrow. That would be our next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Brescher. Moving on to point on lights. Any council member with the points of lights?
Yes.
Council Vice President.
Yes, first, I have some of the flyers out there for anyone who might be interested. The John Speece 10th Anniversary Memorial Basketball Game, which will have the J.P. Stevens Lady Hawks versus the Edison Lady Eagles, Thursday, December 19th, 2024 at 5 p.m. And they're doing some fundraising with T-shirts and sweatshirts and things like that. And so you can order them. You can order them in advance. And so the flyers are on the table if anyone is interested. But the game itself is Thursday, December 19th at 5 p.m. at Edison High School. Councilman Brescher and Councilman Patil and I had the pleasure of going to the ABA Center opening, which is for an autism center that's at 2163 Oak Tree Road, and ABA stands for Applied Behavioral Analysis. This was a very impressive facility. And they serve, I believe, children from 2.5 or so to, Councilman Brescher, do you remember what the upper age was? Was it 21 or?
I thought it was 18.
Or 18?
They're going to go to 21, though.
Okay, right. And I think right now they had something like about 15 kids in there, a very low ratio of staff to the clientele. The center itself is bright and very cheerful. They have all different kinds of rooms for all different kinds of purposes, sensory rooms either for stimulation or sensory rooms for being able to just kind of chill. Extremely impressive. They had an opening that day in Edison, and also then later in that day, they had one in Hoboken. So that makes 4 of their centers that they have in New Jersey. One of the advantages is that while at other autism centers, the waiting time can be not only months, but can sometimes be years, they have an average of 47 days from the date of a consult. So I would urge you to just check it out. Again, that's at 2163 Oak Tree Road. It's right near Park Avenue and Oak Tree Road. And finally, a number of us were at the Veterans event last night at the JCC, which was extremely moving. And there was, aside from honoring all the veterans there that ranged from Vietnam, actually even people like Dave Tingle, who's still in service, all the way to, there was one who was a 97-year-old World War II veteran. But one of the big presentation was about the honor flights. And this was, let me just see if I can pull that one up. A second here. So the honor flights, which normally they are actual airplane flights. In this case, this is a bus trip that starts in Bergen County and goes down to Monroe to pick up some other veterans, and then it goes on to other stops along the way. It starts at, I think the people have to be ready in Bergen County at 3:30 in the morning, and I believe it comes back pretty late at night. But this is supposed to be really quite the trip. Excuse me, sir. This is really quite the trip of a lifetime, and that's done twice a year in April and October. They just had one last month, but they are accepting applications for the one on Tuesday, April 15th, 2025. It's free. These honor flights are free for the veterans. If they take a guardian along with them, then the guardian cannot be a spouse, but it can be a friend, it can be a sibling. They pay $85, I believe. But if you are interested, and I really, really would recommend this program to anyone who would be eligible, they start with the people who, they would start with World War II, the Korean War, Vietnam, and then if there's space after that, I think they said they have 3 buses going. If there's space after that, then they will take some of the more recent veterans. For more information on this, you go to the website, can be www.sjhonorflight.org. And you can also, for more information, call Pam and Ron at 856-589-5072. But it was a terrific event, very well attended. So I would urge people to check into the honor flights. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Anybody else with the point of light?
Council President.
Councilman Pointer.
Thank you. I just want to make note that the Edison Housing Authority is hosting a housing resource fair on Saturday, November 16th from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at 13 Reverend Samuel Carpenter Boulevard. This program will go over items related to housing, first-time ownership, and Section 8 voucher for mortgages. There will be a presentation that starts at 10:30, which will review the following items: tax preparation and fair housing services, banking and mortgage options, energy assistance program, first-time homebuyer options, down payment assistance programs, and grant availability and options. For additional information, please contact Carmen Amalbert at 908-561-2525, extension 210, or at camalbert@edisonhsa.org. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Quinter. No one else? We're going to move on to the closed session to get an update on the lawsuit. So can I get a motion to close, how do we do this?
Motion to close?
No,
Oh, I'm sorry.
do we motion to close? Or do we just go in the closed session?
Yeah. Yeah, you have to motion.
Do-
Closed session, why we're going to closed session, which is to discuss legal matters.
So can I get a motion to close, do a closed session for the lawsuit, for the legal matter? Updates?
Motion to close session.
All right, second?
Second.
All in favor?
All right.
Aye.
All right. We'll be back after the closed session.
No, no.
reconvene? Motion to reconvene? All right, can I get a motion to reconvene?
Motion to reconvene?
May I have a second?
Second.
That's a motion by Council Vice President, second by Councilman Pointer. All in favor?
Aye.
This meeting for reconvenes at 9:43 p.m. Do we need to extend this? What time is the?
10.
10? Let's extend it to 11 so we're just covered till whatever. Can I get a motion to extend the meeting till 11 so it can finish early if possible? But
Motion to extend.
can I get a second?
Second.
Motion by Council Vice President, second by Councilman Pointer. All in favor? Aye. All right. Moving on to discussion items, starting with Councilman Pointer.
Thank you, Council President. On items B and C, I'm going to hold off on those for the moment. I'm still putting together thoughts on item B and item C. I meant to have an overview of the new community solar program. I know that a letter was sent out with general information. I wanted to summarize it, but I forgot it. And I just wanted to touch base on some ordinances for consideration that had been previously shared with the council and the administration. First is in regards to deer management guidelines. If we're going to do anything in regards to managing deer population in the township, is whether or not we are okay with having bow hunting within the township. That's about as straightforward as I can put it. The second one is in regards to invasive plant species guidelines. This was brought up by a resident that had asked particularly in regards to bamboo. I put together something for review that expanded on it just for the generalization of invasive plants with some specifics in that. That's still being reviewed. Tree replacement percentage. Right now, you do not have to replace any tree that is removed as long as you do not are not removing 25% or more of that tree coverage. I think that we should reduce that down to 20%. So that way, if you're removing 20% of the tree coverage on your property, you have to replace it to a certain degree. Warehouse definitions, this was previously brought up last year. I'm not even going to talk about, I'm going to separate the definitions from the actual permitted and prohibited use aspect. At minimum, it is important that the township has definitions in there, particularly when it comes to traffic and traffic studies for land use boards, because the different types of warehouses have different types of metrics that go into their calculations. So a general light industrial being different from a high cube facility being different from all the other variations and the different sizes. They have different calculations that are associated with them in regards to the state guidelines. Right now, we just have the general warehouse definition. So by that, we're kind of limited into what we can actually request out. So even just by having the definitions available would allow for the boards to make a more educated decision. And I said I was going to separate out warehousing from the actual zoning, the definitions from the zoning. The last one, the LI zoning along Middlesex Greenway. I think that there are certain industrial areas in the township that are not industrial parks, that the zoning of light industrial is not appropriate. The Greenway light industrial area is the prime example, because while maybe back in the day when the railroad was in operation and it made sense to have businesses that abutted the railroad, that railroad is now no longer there. It is now used for a pedestrian walkway. So I think that we should modify the zoning there to, I call it a transition zone, to allow, instead of warehousing, maybe you allow for residential there. Also, when you look at potential COA obligations, this could be an opportunity to spec out larger sized lots. And when I say larger, I mean something that's like 1 to 3 acres that would allow for those opportunities to to occur, which to me makes sense because you can, pardon the phrase, kill two birds with one stone. You can reduce the actual light industrial footprint, and you can assist in meeting the COA obligations that the township is going to have to consider. So with that, that would be it. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Pointer. Council Vice President?
Yes. First question is update on the Ferrante House.
Council Vice President, we are not having any work done in the interim.
Can you tell me anything more? I know that there's, in the interim of what?
Right now, in the foreseeable future, we're not doing any work at the Ferrante House.
I guess I need, will there be work resuming?
Council Vice President, if I may? If the business administrator is advising you the way that she is, it's because legal has advised her, and I'm assuming this is conversations with Mr. Ranone, that that there is a limited amount of information that can be discussed regarding Ferrante House in a public forum. However, I can suggest that you speak with her offline rather than in the at the public meeting.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, all right, that's fine. The next issue was, I had asked about the cost, I had gotten a question from the resident about the cost breakdown for Diwali, how much came off the taxpayers and how much was donated, and Sonia was kind enough to give me the breakdown. So, in answer to that question, the total expenses were $131,000 and change. We received revenue of $26,750, and then donations amounted to $71,892. So the total cost to the township was $32,364.88. So thank you for providing that.
Sure, and just also, so because the events are close to one another, I'm talking about Diwali and Winter Wonderland, a lot of the costs are shared for those
Okay.
two events, so that we don't have to go back out and put lights up, for example.
Yeah.
It is my understanding from the administration team that there's additional donations that would be made. So we're hoping that it would be either an even or,
Okay,
very minimal cost to the township.
Very good. And so I had also gotten a question about, for such big events as Diwali or for the Winter Wonderland, are there in case of emergency, are there emergency evacuation plans that are made for anything catastrophic?
Yes, our public safety team, they have orders that they submit to their personnel for those big events. We have weekly meetings for those large events, so that operationally within all of the departments, there are plans set in stone that if something were to happen or any situation, we were all to be prepared for that.
Okay, all right, good to know. And lastly, the Sunday Blue Laws is a moot point because I put that in before I knew that was coming up as an ordinance, so no need to address that. The last was the resident complaint on glaring lights on Parker Road, and he had provided some pictures of that. And so can there be anything done about this situation on Parker Road?
Yeah, Council Vice President, I've been working with the zoning officers on enforcement and the proper way to go about that. I know that they brought up certain enforcement mechanisms that they can use for light trespass, especially in light of the ordinance that the council just passed, adjusting some of those. So if there is a resident complaint, if it's forwarded to zoning, that department is the one that would address that.
So they need to forward their complaint to zoning?
Yeah. Mr. Ayotte would be the one to bring that to him, and Mr. Johnson have been doing a very good job of enforcing the zoning ordinances, such as the light trespass ordinance.
Okay,
So
all right.
if there needs to be covers put on or some other adjustment to angles, they can enforce that there.
Okay, all right, very good. Gesundheit, sir, and, and just because I won't be here for the meeting on the 25th, I want to wish everybody a very happy Thanksgiving. Thank you, that'll be all.
Thank you. I'll move on to Councilman Coyle.
Thank you, Council President. The economic development position, I know we discussed it before. I truly believe hiring a consultant to do some of the work that needs to be done in town is vital. We have the money in our budget. I don't know if we agree, but time and time again, I have to sit here and listen to the few members who come and have a position in Clara Barton or another part of town who say we need certain things to be done, but we don't talk about the marketing of what we need. And downtowns are becoming service areas, and there'll be no specialty stores, and soon things will deteriorate. You're gonna watch it happen. So where you thought you saved 6 feet on a building and it changed the world, it didn't change a thing. And it really didn't. You listen to a lot of nonsense, and the true stuff that has to happen is marketing for vacant stores throughout this town to fulfill them with opportunities. There are a lot of franchises out there that are looking to move to Edison. We have to identify them and at least do that. So, to Council President, I'd like to see something happen.
Councilman Coyle, I will send your request, including council presidents, to the mayor with regard to the direction, whether we put the ad out again or if we go through professional services.
Yeah, I mean, and it can be broken down into multiple services. And I'm not saying what I believe is the only thing, but it's certainly a criteria that needs to happen in town. Whether it's off of Inman, off of Plainfield, off of Stephenville Parkway, off of Townridge. We have an empty bank on Townridge that's been empty. The old BCB bank's been just sitting there. And as some people know, we have Kane, what's it called? Kane Chicken, this new company that's coming in. Raising Cane, thank you. Raising Cane is coming to town on Route 1. So, I mean, this is pivotal. It's truly pivotal. And as I listen to the nonsense about 6 more feet, and I'll call it nonsense because, again, this council sometimes will listen to a few that think they know about economics. They have the right to speak, but you're going to fail when we don't fill stores and they become services. That's where you're going to fail. So where you think you saved this giant opportunity for 6 feet, okay, and a few of you have a motive, you're going to fail on service, and it's going to just fall over us. Sad. So I'm going to ask every meeting. I hope we can find some money for consulting, and it could be one of the 5 areas of consulting, but certainly recruiting franchises for the vacant stores and doing an analysis of all the vacant retail locations we have. So I hope I find the support of this council. I know you may find it, may not be happy with how I speak about some people who come to this dais, and I understand you have your right, but at least agree with the fact that we need to fill retail stores. So, I'll segue on finance because it's just a small thing I want to just discuss when we talk about spending money on different things and whether we stop spending on stuff. And as I do appreciate my council vice president, I've had some experience with spending money on these properties that are sitting in the middle of nowhere on acreage that we, put in, we purchased. And the homes sit, they get vandalized. It's a waste of money to save the Ferrante house. Just knock it down. It's going to be a fact. That will be vandalized. No one's going to use it. We had one before that was vandalized. Nobody used it. Some people may remember on the council. So as we look at ways to finance and how we're using the open space money is for passive recreation. We can use and build something that would fit a park light setting that will be either a pavilion or something different. Every time I'm listening about the Ferrante House, it is a terrible investment. It's an old home. It'll never conform to ADA compliance. It'll cost hundreds of thousands of dollars to get it together for people who will slowly vandalize it. It's in the middle of nowhere. It won't be policed. Look at where it is. Just go back. You can't even find it where it is. Try to pull down that block. Ask anybody in the audience to just try to find it, doesn't know how to find it, doesn't know where it is. You'll get lost. So just something to be mindful of. I'm only have 5 minutes here, just so you know. I'm going to try to keep it to 7. Opioids. I talked about opioids before. I just, to the BA, through the council president, we have funding. Wrestling Recovery has reached out more than a few times, and I'm tired of hearing from them, but and I can't say they know every move to make, but they've been approved before. They held an event, was successful. Do we know where they are in receiving their grant opportunity through the opioids?
So Councilman Coyle, clearly their performance and their need is wanted. However, we're subject to the New Jersey procurement law because of the aggregate of what we're spending on a vendor. They are subject to disclosure forms, for example. So our purchasing agent, just as early as yesterday, has requested, because of the procurement law, we do have to search multiple quotes, at least what we can get for that kind of service. We do have to follow that order. And if we go ahead and award or a contract to them, I believe we're at 32,000 based on the events that they would be putting together, looking at the aggregate. They still have to provide certain disclosure forms. So we're working through the procurement process.
Okay, I didn't know it was 32,000. I thought they were asking for $6,000 to do an event. I'm sorry.
There's 3 events in total.
Okay, I did not know that. Okay. Could you send me the email what we're looking for from them?
Sure.
Okay, just, I know, just specifically what they have to,
Well, just from on the township side, we have to get multiple quotes.
Okay.
So that's on us. Otherwise, it's just some common purchasing forms, but I can certainly
If
send
they're
that to
missing
you.
documents, just if you can tell me what they are or send it to the clerk, that's all. Okay, I'm fine. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Coyle. Councilman Brescher.
You know what, the paving, I'm not going to go through today. I did get the sheets for the IA for the paving. I'll be looking at over, probably for the next couple months, I guess, driving around. Public advocate, did we come to a consensus on what we were going to put forward, Council Vice President?
Yes, I think we were going to put forward Councilman Pointer's or the proposed ordinance.
The one that we had drafted for
Yes.
the last meeting? Okay. Flooding issues, well, that was McKinley. We dealt with that earlier today. Campaign donations and not filing, I'll come back to that at the next meeting. The cost of the burglar signs, is that correct? Was that the $10,000? And what did the burglar sign say? Does anybody recall? And who decided to put that up?
Chief. So with regard to the signage that took for the couple weeks, that was through the administration.
Okay, and they decided to put up a sign that said, burglars go to jail, right? What did it say?
I don't have the verbiage on me.
Well, okay. Well, let me ask you a question. Before that new law was passed, did burglars go to jail? Or Chief, did you just write them a ticket and send them on their way?
Our campaign, obviously, because of the passing of the new crime bill, is a law enforcement tool to help us combat the home invasions, car burglaries, and burglaries at all. So it simply is put out throughout the town because, as you know, the governor signed the bill here. And those that would enter the town and want to commit crimes were alerted by the signs up. And I think obviously it was very effective because I do have the stats. And with our team out there, the crime has definitely gone down tremendously.
All right, Chief, I got to be honest with you, I don't believe that, right?
Well, that's
listen,
your
you
opinion.
can-
That's
right,
fine.
no,
Sure.
listen, you
I
can
respect
tell me
that.
whatever you
Yeah.
want. You don't give me the statistics.
I'm sorry?
Give me the statistics for the last 3 years, Chief. Can you get that for me?
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Because I can't seem to get that. But now, as long as I have you here, right, you have stated that there were threats on the mayor, and that's why you give him security. My question to you is, how come you can't solve the threats? Question.
Sure. I can't say that I can't solve it because we do solve about 76% of the crimes that occur
No, we're
in
talking-
Edison Township.
Chief, you didn't
But the
hear
ones
right.
directly to the mayor and other elected officials and officers and employees throughout here, there are ongoing investigations regarding that, yes.
Okay, so wait, Chief, I didn't ask about other employees, okay? I didn't ask about other people.
Well, I volunteered that,
specifically-
Councilman, it's fine.
Yes, when I'm, it's kind of hard when I ask you a question, you give me a different answer, right?
No, I answered you.
'Cause
I
that's
answered your
kinda
question.
slick. So let me ask you a question. How come you cannot solve the threats that are against our mayor?
Well, I can't say that we can't solve them or we won't solve them. I'm telling you there's ongoing investigations.
Okay,
You know,
so
some of these threats, Councilman, come from all over the United States. Because what happens here with the videos that are put up, as we discussed offline across the country, people see this, and then what, of course, they do is call and make threats against the mayor's staff, myself, my staff. So sure.
Okay, so where I'm going with that is, I know that in our schools, we had a credible threat to a student, okay? Your department was able to contact Google, okay, track the perpetrator down, or the incident. They were able to go through the dark web and all that kind of stuff and go and actually catch that person, right? So where I'm going here is, when you're talking about stuff on the internet and all of this, right? You're not going to Google. You're not getting that person. You're not going to prosecute that person. I haven't seen anything that said you've prosecuted anybody or have any charges against anybody. So what I'm saying here, Chief, is I believe what you're saying here is BS. That's a statement. That's not a question to you. That's a statement
That's your opinion.
on my point.
But I'm not going to discuss police strategies, Councilman.
Well, Chief,
Plain and simple. So
okay, Chief,
I don't know
listen.
where your expertise is in law enforcement,
I'll tell you
but
what
I respect your opinion.
Right,
So
what I'm
that's all.
gonna-
I'm not going to discuss that any further with you.
All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through your entire strategy at my next meeting. Council President, please, this is my time. My next question I have is, I believe you authorize the stealing of time, which is the same thing that we are prosecuting other officers for. I offer myself as a witness. that
Councilman,
either
if you
Chief-
listen
no,
to me,
I'm talking,
Councilman,
Chief, I am
if you
talking,
feel,
Chief, I am
sir,
talking.
if you're accusing me of a crime,
Council President,
then I
please.
advise you to go to the prosecutor's office
Chief,
or the
Chief,
Attorney General's
Chief.
offies.
Council
If you're
President,
accusing
I'm
me
talking.
Council
of committing a
President.
crime, Councilman.
Council
can we-
President.
Either the
Compose
chief-
yourself, sir.
Motion for a recess.
Point of
Everybody,
order.
can we get a, do I need to get a recess here, or can we
Motion
just
for recess.
I'm just
conduct ourselves
Motion for-
in
this
a
is-
better
Ri-
manner?
Rich is
No
doing
need to
his-
yell,
Rich is doing
and
his
no
thing.
need to
Let's just have
accuse
recess.
people of anything. You can take this offline if you really need to do something like
Council
this.
President, I just have a statement, okay? And it's very, very simple. There is no difference, and I wasn't yelling. He is talking over me. He interrupted me. You should have hit that gavel on the chief, sir. That's Council President. So let me just explain, okay? Our chief and our mayor, in my mind, stole from the public. The 4 officers that are being charged.
Council President,
he's
I'm not going to sit here and tolerate
He's-
this.
Sir,
I'm not going to
Motion
sit
for
here and
recess.
tolerate this.
Motion for
If he's
recess.
making,
For a
if he's
recess.
making a complaint
Council President,
against
you have no
myself,
control over
excuse me,
the-
One sec.
control
Are we allowed-
yourself.
Motion for recess.
Point
If he's
of
making a
order.
complaint,
There is
let
a
him go to
motion
the
for
prosecutor's
recess
office
on the
and make the
floor.
complaint.
motion to recess. Can I have a second? Second. Take a 5-minute recess. We'll be back
Okay.
in 10.